Yeah. So now. Now it's working. Yes, except I can't hear my sound. You cannot hear your sound. No. Okay.
Tarda un poquitín porque hay unos palos
Okay. So if you want to, we go now.
No?
But can I come back in half an hour? Or 45 minutes?
We will try. Let's have some lunch and then later. Que no haya encendido.
No puedo.
You don't hear the sound.
I don't hear my sound. So.
Are you playing now?
Yeah. But I don't see any other speakers.
I don't know what it is. They are here.
Over there.
Oh. Oh, I don't know why it's not working. I am hearing something, you know. Do you hear? I'm hearing something.
Voy a mirar.
I'm hearing something.
Voy a probar un segundo en este ordenador para ver si se reproduce, ¿vale? Es un segundo.
It's supposed to sound, no, I mean, this sort of.
Voy a reproducir aquí un momentito para comprobar que no es problema de la fuente.
I must leave because
please,
I have to talk.
Leave.
I cannot leave with you here.
You cannot leave with me here.
No, I have to leave and close. He knows we have to close everything in order to leave. And I am the responsible for that, so I cannot leave anybody here.
Se escucha muy bajito.
So it is an issue of the computer working.
De todas maneras, el sonido es pésimo.
Yeah, it is too loud and then you hear the noise.
Is this microphone working?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Test.
The other microphone works for sure. This is working sometimes, but the other is working.
Okay, the film that's not working is this Tatlin Tower. Let's go back to the dress. I'm so sorry, Eva, but I would prefer to stay here.
You know, at this point, just simply we have to leave, and this is something that we could have done at 9 o'clock in the morning, as I did with others. You know. Now you can hear it.
Yes, this one, but not the other one. Okay, so let's go then. If you want to go.
Yeah,
I probably need to be back here.
We try to be back before. Okay.
Before, yeah. Okay.
We do our best.
Yeah.
And now we have some lunch and rest.
I can hear the hum. I mean, I know there's disturbance, but if you don't turn it up, you will hear nothing. All right. So.
Okay, so ganz ruhig. Kathleen? Hola. Projektive. Etnico. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test voice 1, 2.
Audio.
El sonido de la película es no bueno.
No, bueno.
Pero yo creo que el sistema de esto espacio no es una
Malo.
amplificación.
Muy malo.
Ok, alright, ok.
Entonces,
¿Tiene una segunda micrófono?
micrófono.
Como
Sí, sí.
como eso?
Hola, 1, 2.
¿Tiene un segundo?
¿Segundo?
Un segundo
Ah.
micrófono.
Aquí hay un segundo. Sí, sí, hola. Segundo. No, ¿verdad?
No. Ok.
Sí, hola.
Ok. Um,
Hola.
Este no. Ese no.
No, ok, ok.
Este.
Necesito para mi colega y yo puedo utilizar eso.
Hay un
Cuando
problema.
tú-
Problema. Este micrófono no se graba en la cámara. En la cámara este no entra. Este sí. Y aquel también, pero no funciona.
1,
A
2.
ver si tenemos pila. Una pila.
Okay, I understand.
Voy a intentar localizar una pila, una
okay.
batería.
So, creo que mi colaboradora trabaja aquí en
Aquí.
esta posición con el micrófono.
Ah,
el
bien.
micrófono. Can she be heard? Okay. All right. Okay.
Vale.
All right. Thank you.
Voy a intentar localizar una
Okay.
pila.
Okay. Bueno.
A ver si resuelvo.
El sistema de la casa es el último punto, highest level.
Sí.
Sí.
¿Más alto?
Más.
¿Subo volumen?
Necesito el level más fuerte, ¿ya?
Más fuerte.
Yeah.
Vale.
Pero es un crackle.
Sí,
Okay.
no hay solución más.
Okay, all right.
Pero puedo subir un poco más.
Un poco más. Gracias. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. Voice test 1, 2. Michelle, we have a microphone here on the table, so if you sit with me, it could work. ¿Qué momento? Test.
Sí. Hola. 1, 2, probando. Sí. Hola. 1, 2, probando. Sí. Sí. Hola. 1, probando. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sí. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the film sound is too low.
Bajo.
It's not good. No puedo entender. Okay. It's okay.
Hay un... este micrófono, ¿dónde está el otro? El inalámbrico. Este quizás es mejor. Sí.
Okay. Michelle, have a look whether you can adjust this for yourself. Talk. Tenemos
Sí. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, probando.
Hello? Is it coming? Hello? Yeah. Closer. Yeah. Okay.
No, the second problem, tenemos un otro problema, es la luz.
La luz.
And if we turn the luz off, then she'll be in the dark.
It's okay. I don't mind doing in the dark. The images.
Okay, speak, Michelle?
Hello? The designs are in an emergent process.
We kind of see you because of your skin. It's dark.
It's alright because the attention should be on the screen and then listening to what I'm saying, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, Daniel, will you stay here, aquí, in this, or no? You're leaving.
Hasta 3
Oh.
después, antes, Otro compañero, otro
Ok.
señor.
Pero durante las 12 y las 3,
Sí, señor.
aquí. ¿Es posible? Pues, la luz. Después, 2 minutos. En este momento que yo quiero la película, un switch. No problema. No, falta fila. Falta fila. So, all right. I'm fine. I'm good. And just relatively close to the microphone.
Yes, I know you said to go close.
Since you are talking over the film.
Mm.
Oh God, I need this. What happened? Since there's some sound on some of the film that the tattling has very little. All right. So are they coming?
Well, I don't know because in membership it's like quite a big affair.
All right. Oh.
No audience.
We start, yeah, but the audience is not here. The other interesting problem is that I cannot see what I'm showing.
When does you? Oh, you can't. Yeah,
Yes.
you couldn't have sat there.
No?
Yeah, just go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Or better yet,
Where are you going?
to the front.
Oh, you're going to the front.
No, I'm not.
Well, no, stay. Go. It's fine. I'll sit here.
I'll stay.
I think those things. Let me feel it.
It's like a reptile.
I know. I know.
Es como hip hop.
Hip hop.
Hip hop, yeah.
It's not on there, no? If you want to stand on there, I'll stand on there.
Well,
It's fine. You go over there.
Y hay internet si necesitas.
No, no necesito. will introduce us. So shall we ask her? Good afternoon. Are you with us?
I think so.
Okay,
I'm Imogen Race.
Johannes, you are?
Imogen Race.
Imogen. This is Michelle. Nice to meet you.
Me too. Hello.
Did Eva say anything about the length?
20 minutes.
20.
20 minutes.
So we're good. And this is for your
My
lecture.
presentation,
Okay.
yeah.
So she doesn't have it yet. Okay. Señor técnico, por favor, ayuda. Esta colega tiene una presentación en el stick. Sí. Can you put the stick on the computador? El título de su presentación, what is the title? The title of the file? No, the title of the file. The PowerPoint file.
Yes, the PowerPoint.
And the title is? Or is
Just
it
an
just
ordinary
one?
word.
Just
Just an ordinary word. I can find it easily. It's under military presentation.
called what?
Military presentation.
Liquid presentation. No. Oh, okay. M.
I'd read take time underneath that.
Un poco más.
Presentation.
This one. Can we put it onto? Can you put it onto the computadora? Una copia, no, la copia de esto es
Sí,
copia
copia.
Sopra la computadora.
Vamos.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It needs to be on the laptop. Not on the stick.
That's fine. That's no problem at all.
Okay, good.
Copiar.
Presentación. Perfect. So that's where you click later on here, yeah?
Okay.
To open it. Good.
There we go. Brilliant. Fantastic.
Yeah, you can actually leave it up because we're using a different laptop. Okay,
That sounds good.
good. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Later, okay.
Where shall I sit?
At the moment in the auditorium.
Perfect.
Because otherwise you won't be able to see the film. And I don't know whether Eva is doing any projections.
¿Esta computadora? Puedes también ponerlo en el stick.
Bien.
Es lo mismo para mí.
¿Es PowerPoint? Es
No, necesito solo un browser, Firefox.
Firefox.
Si hay
Con
Firefox,
internet.
O si hay internet mejor, también con internet, porque tengo la...
Do you want to wait until after?
What?
You want to do this now?
No, I was just asking for checking that he's working. But I can do it also later.
Are you using a network?
I don't necessarily need a network, I need it's your computer.
No.
The computer, yeah. You just need Firefox. Firefox. My presentation is Firefox.
Sí, está.
Vale,
Okay.
si Firefox está, va a funcionar, no hay problema.
Firefox.
I don't know, Marcelo, because I had my own problems and there was no help, so
I see. So you're telling me that.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, the technical setup is not clear. I have no sound in the whole thing.
No?
No. It's a disaster.
That's also for me. That's possible, but there is a cable.
It has no base, it has no treble, it has nothing.
Chrome Explorers.
Ah, vale, vale, vale. Voy a ver, creo que con Chrome no funciona también, pero lo voy a testar aquí y después voy a copiar. Good. It's just Chrome, but should work also with Chrome. I will test it here. But no sound, it's bad also.
I know you're going to introduce some sounds, yeah.
I mean, not many, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, so let me concentrate.
yeah.
So,
Fine?
is everything working? You
No.
need the light off?
I'm
Nothing
okay.
is working.
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Yeah.
Do you want the light off? This one?
I've talked to the gentleman, yeah. At the moment, no. So are you introducing, are we starting, or how's the project?
I'm going just to say your name and
Okay. And can we close the door?
yeah.
Okay. Do you want the microphone?
You want the light off? Johannes?
No.
No, it is. Michelle.
Can we close the puerta, por favor? The door. No, the door.
This is not station. So we are extremely grateful for recommendations by right now by Johannes and Michelle. They are co-organizers of Metabody project, and they had to deal with a lot of technical difficulties in this room because they are used to use proper technologies, and this is philosophy and letters, So and even more, I must excuse myself because I am a historian, so I don't know much about what is the technology that we should use, but they are anyhow to present a great presentation and very useful not just for metabolic but for discussion later. So this is the panel Politics of Gesture, and Miss Michelle Danjur and Johannes Bubinger, who are in the Dab Lab in London, are going to talk about wearables, chronosonic gestures, and the limits of control. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. We are always grateful to be guests with historians, yeah, and thank you for inviting us. The idea of a paper for both of us does not work, so I think the context is perhaps, since we want to reflect on the Metabody project and perhaps respond to ideas and gestures, we will improvise and we'll have a dialogue. So I will probably ask questions, and then Michelle will take us further into her design ideas. What I thought might be helpful is, and it's not necessarily a political approach, but it's a conceptual questioning of the apparatus and the role of the instrumental environment in which we work. So I wanted to bring up this notion of the controller. I think it's maybe a musical term, and then look at it in regard to architectures and the work that Michelle is developing for our lab. And she's my design collaborator. And Michelle, maybe introduce us perhaps to your design philosophy.
Yeah. So just so that you're all aware, I come from a fashion design background. I became involved with performance within interactive environments about 10 years ago. And in the first instance, I was interested in how movement and gesture could be part of a process of emergent design. But gradually I shifted and started to look at design as a way of looking at emergent movement and gesture. And that has then more recently incorporated sound. So the idea that sound, movement, body, costume or wearable, they're all interconnected and also then moving out into the space.
Historically speaking, we often take inspiration from examples that we analyze for ourselves and perhaps take inspiration from. We're not necessarily interested in deconstructing any historical models of performance creation or sonic creation or architecture, but we're looking at particular motifs. And in this case, perhaps, Michelle, we turn to the Russian constructivists.
Yeah.
And we saw this exhibition on the revolution, yeah? And that took us into a whole new area of exploring older analog techniques. For us, there are also shapes and there are forms.
Yes, and the design concepts that I develop are looking at integration of sounding technologies into the wearable so that it offers new potentials to the performer.
And over the years, we've worked with very small speakers and then larger speakers, as you saw, and bullhorns, and then speakers that Michelle integrated into the dress. And of course, the pendant to the speaker is the microphone. And in the modern contemporary arena of technologies, also sensors and vision systems, and we come to those in a minute. We prepared a few films, and of course the films have image and sound, but the sound system in this building is not functioning. So this gives me the opportunity to ask questions to Michelle while you are watching the film. So the first one is, from a gestural point of view, Michelle, how would you say the tower is not a gesture, but the tower becomes a corporeal problem?
I wouldn't see it as a problem, but it's a wearable instrument that invites gesture in order to generate sound.
So what are we looking at now in the performance?
So this particular scene that you're looking at was in a rehearsal for a performance, and the opening scene where the dancer is the only source of sound in the space. She's wearing an instrument I developed with a musician called John Richards, and it's looking at the Taplin Tower and the notion of radio transmissions and the idea that the dancer becomes a transmitter, a radio transmitter. She's given a sensor to work with, and the sensor that she holds controls the speed of a small motor that generates a kind of spinning motion on this little wire thing that you're seeing going around. That in turn beats the frame, the structural frame of the Taplin Tower, which is a double helix construction following the original designs from Taplin. That is then, there's piezo integrated, other technologies to generate the sound through via the black box which she's wearing. So it's an integrated instrument to be worn on the body. The box contains a speaker and an amplifier so the dancer can sound in motion. And so she sat there for a long time. Initially it was several minutes just generating this very small sound that she can make silent or small hiss or create a beating that can increase in speed. Gradually what happens is she stands up. The palpability of the instrument on her body also impacts on her movements. So she's feeling the weight, she's feeling the vibrations. I spent quite a long time talking to this particular performer, Vanessa Mikielon, about how the instrument impacted on her movements. And the gestures that she had to develop.
So the question in the beginning that I didn't expand, namely, what is our dispositif, our arrangement, our system, and do we understand what the system means for us? And can the dispositif also be seen as a dress that you wear, and therefore does the dress or this construction have a very specific impact on the experience of the movement in the body, Jaime, maybe inside, because the vibrations go through the bones?
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea for me with these wearables is not so much, whilst I'm interested in the aesthetics, it's not so much about that from the perspective of the spectator. It's much more about the experiential wearing, of feeling the objects on the body, of feeling the materiality. And then in this case of those vibrations, which Vanessa described as coursing through the body from her head to the box, and the box became an extension, an organ from her to enable her to shift sound around the space.
And then acoustically, we explored a range of possibilities inspired by Victory Over the Sun and this crazy futurist opera. So we turned to birds. We looked at early gramophonic tools, again connecting vinyl to horn, and then Caroline Wilkins became our bird character. And the beak, well, we can just mention the beak.
Yeah, the beak is actually designed to funnel the sound. And one of my concepts, which didn't quite materialize, was to give it a stylus and enable the performer to do a scratch performance with the wearable in the space with the gramophone.
And she also has an ocular device, because she's literally not able to see much, but she has one small microscopic eye.
It's a small LED. We work a lot with this idea of almost inhibiting the body by removing certain sensorial feeling or sensation from the performer. So they have to focus in different ways, and it draws different attentions to the performing body.
Okay, we quickly move forward because we can't go into the male characters today, and we only have 2 male characters. Most of the performers are dancers from different cultural backgrounds, having different corporeal technique systems that they bring, and then working in our interactional scenario. So the next one would be the solar soul. Can you briefly introduce the concept?
The concept, this obviously relates to the narrative and the performance. All of these wearables belong in a particular environment or situation, so within the bigger narrative. So the sun has died in the narrative, and we wanted to bring out the idea of the residual energies, the solar energies. So these poles, excuse me, are light poles, solar light, and the dancer is extended by the poles. And what we see are purely the lights as a representation of her gestures in the space. And then what happens is the light is, you can't really see it in this film, but it sheds out, it refracts, and it reflects on the walls as well. So you're getting quite an interesting visual effect happening.
The whole first half of the second act is in the darkness, so you can't see the dancer anymore, but you see certain gestural, exponential effects as both the light and the sound. She's also, I asked her to sing. This is interesting, perhaps from the dancer's point of view. She concentrated on the pole dance, inspired by Schlemmer, and the fragile lights. And when I asked her to sing, she found it difficult to focus on voice and movement at the same time. And we looked into that for a while, and I think at the end, Michelle, there is a bit of that reflections visible as she turns, almost like yesterday in Dieter Van Doren's powerful performance, as she turns towards the back architecture, you see the refractions of the light spilling into the wall.
But just to say, sorry.
Yeah.
That the body, the movement of the body is extended by the design, and this is the whole part of the process of looking at how gesture comes through design and through a wearing process, whether it be light poles or fully formed garments.
Great, Michelle, we're halfway through. The Gravedigger is our third example, and yesterday night, those of you who attended the performance, this wonderful piece by Pablo Palacio, Muriel, Daniel, and the team, they had several cameras in operation. So the vision system here that we're using in this scene is Kinect. And what we thought was interesting to play with the Kinect is because the Kinect likes to see an anatomy, or Jaime, you called it a skeletal, presence, so it can determine where to begin, the tracking. And we decided to start this dance without the arms. And also the dancer, Michelle, she's almost not able to see.
Yes, I mean the actual sarcophagus form that she's wearing comes from the earlier Lizitsky sketch, which was an unrealized idea for a mechanical version of the opera, but that was the start point. And then the idea that yes, the arms are no longer there to start with, and so the system is confused, and this idea of being slightly dysfunctional in the design concept in relation to the system interested me, because the whole opera was about subverting things. They wanted to kill the sun, whereas the sun had been venerated within Russian folklore. So it was this whole idea of restricting her and restricting the system initially.
And then to make the Kinect happy, the arm comes out with an extended glove, yeah? And eventually the tracking can begin.
And yes, she is not able to see very well, because she's touching the system in other ways. She understands the gestures, and she plays with the sun on the screen behind her, and also the sound, this idea of a pulsating, dying sun, all works through her gestures in this costume.
We don't have so much time, so maybe we just show the beginning of the gravedigger scene. What's interesting, again, choreographically about the costumes for our werewolves is that the design affects movement. She can only walk in tiny little Trippelschritte, yeah? Walks past the sun, and then she's kind of entering the range of the Kinect camera. And you know, this is something maybe we can discuss over the weekend, to what extent performers like to work with cameras or with microphones or amplification systems, and what happens in this relationship, because I think we're beginning to become more and more interested in relationships, and the last example will be about partnering.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll just move to that last section. Here, now that the tracking begins, she's able to cause the eclipse of the sun. Yeah. But let's move to our last discussion, so we can draw some conclusions, perhaps, on this notion of the controller. What happened with your last and current prototype?
So what you're actually seeing on the screen is a close-up of a circuit on a wearable chest plate. It's a sounding chest plate, again an integrated instrument, placing the sound on the body, so the sound is coming directly from the body of the performer. It's a piece that's designed to be used in together with another performer, because it's integrating proximity sensors and photocells. So the idea of drawing another closer, and in a way playing with movement and gesture to see what happens in that particular case. I mean, a lot of the designs that are produced are provocations. They're ways of looking for ways forward.
So the beginning is an interaction with voice, and then it continues with attempts that we're making to introduce partnering, yeah?
And the red dress is a red micro dress. It integrates a small wearable microphone system into the dress that can transmit wirelessly the data or the voice or the hissing sounds that are coming from Rosella, the performer speaking into the microphone. The idea that the microphone is located where it is saying that it doesn't belong to the wearer, it belongs to the partner in a way.
So the dress amplifies, and at the same time our system is recording what she's saying here. It's a stage direction from the second act. And then our sound team that's off stage can begin to process the voice as the scene continues. So now they separate, and we're beginning to work with this notion of also the distance and the coming back together. And gesturally, I guess we this would need a lot more time now to reflect on the nature of the gestural interaction, because our gestures are adopted from Russian propaganda, and then they are modulated, yeah? So Vanessa dances Rodchenko, and I told Angeliki that perhaps the chest plate is like a guitar, and I asked her to play her chest as a guitar.
But there's also design features. It's not just about the technologies in the garments, it's also about the materials of the garments. So the arm of the red dress is quite stiff, and it's encouraged Vanessa to work in certain ways with the arms that brought about the gestures. in relation to the Rodchenko.
So we come to the end. So the quartet or the duet is still developing, and we are now also exploring. This is the last scene where she is encountering the Japanese dancer, and the Japanese dancer is doing a voice monologue and then walks past her and interacts with the sound of the dress. And we're still working on what's happening in those moments when the actor meets a sound-making performer, yeah?
I mean, it is all connected to the idea of noise music as well, so the sound may be an irritant in the space, and so the gesture that generates the sound is creating this irritation.
Okay. Ending, we are beginning now to formulate some positions which are more on a poetic level. I know that on a basic level, the dispositif is a slapstick system, yeah? So when you set up a reactive system and you ask an audience member or a visitor to step in, I think very often, as you are trying to explore the system, you gesture in the air, yeah? While the system pretends that it's allowing you to remix or to explore or to experience sonic or visual effects. And this is something we need to, I think, question. The whole interactive setup is I think, is a failed proposition. And then when you look at the parameterization with MaxMSP and other softwares, the gestural range is quite limiting. Yeah, move your hands in this way and that way. And I think even when we observe very experienced dancers, when you are testing a sensitive system, it's quite in a way interesting to see the limitation. I mean, Michelle, I don't know, for you, maybe from a design point of view, you like the limitation.
I do quite like working with restriction of using design to alter movement and gesture, and that's part of the focus of what I would be exploring in the creation of the wearables.
And then this sensing of your own tactility, your own the vibrations, the sort of proprioception, Jaime, yeah, is of course very much the case. Our dancers are becoming aware that the dress affects their movement awareness. But what exactly is that now for the dancer who is a technically trained, performance artist and wants to perform to an audience, yeah? And what is it for us as performance maker, like yesterday night when we work with these systems? How do we stack the levels, yeah, of the movement, the sonic, and the animation, as we saw yesterday? And then who controls what? Yeah, and this I think is the question that we are now beginning to ask more frequently.
Yeah.
And we end with this thought of the couturier, this notion of a system whether it fits the dancer. Coming from fashion, I think the notion of contouring or the couture, yeah, of an exponential instrument dancer interests us. To what extent? You saw the beginning slides I had from Japan. It's very funny how they're selling it. They say the system is a wonderful inertial motion capture system, relatively low cost and fairly accurate, lightweight, low stress, low latency, fitted to the dancer. So this notion of fitting it, making the system become a good fit, I think is something that we politically want to look at and conceptually.
Definitely.
Any last thoughts, Michelle?
Last thoughts. Just that again, this whole question that is in my mind now is about the data and what we do with that data and how the dancer feels about us using her gestures to generate data that we can then use in different ways. I think that's quite a big question.
Thank you very much.
Canción. working all right. Great. Thank you very much for such a wonderful and delightful presentation. Now, Dr. Pratt, who is a senior lecturer in history of Coventry University, is going to talk to us about social priorities of women and self-in Helen Chadwick's of possibility and equity geometry and so on.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. This paper will discuss Helen Chadwick's contentious use of her body to describe social and historical poses within Ego Geometria Sum of 1984 and Of Mutability of 1986, which question the contingency, presence and enactment of woman within cultural and social traditions. I say contentious because she received much adverse criticism from feminists who thought that,
Sorry.
Who thought that because of the weight of historical norms, the depiction of the female form inevitably lent it to an objectifying and reductive male gaze. In a letter of the 25th of February 1987, when she spewed out her anger to a friend, she told of how a group of art students came to her studio. Having shown them around, they asked her why she used her body, and all of a sudden the mood became ugly. She was linked to the Marquis de Sade. She was a traitor to her sex, and most alarmingly, her work would send men out to rape little girls. Two of her responses are important for this paper. She said that they were reading the works too literally, and that they were too bound by their moralism to understand how the expanding powers of sexuality could break the bounds of self. These ideas of the body as having symbolic agency to explore the power of sexuality within, together with another idea from a rough draft of a letter where she spoke of her co-respondent's interest in mythological and allegorical figures, which meant that he or she might be interested in my own fictions, form the basis of this paper. In Ego Geometria Sum, Chadwick charted her childhood and early adulthood through 10 schematized geometrical sculptures in plywood with photographic imagery on the surface, each of which represented material objects linked to each stage of development from her premature birth to the age of 30. Implicit in this condensation was her belief in how one's mental self is influenced by physical surroundings, and how particular objects reflect back on one and become containers of memory. Found photographs from her family album, including a shoe, waves, and Greek ruins, combine with images of her nude self and overlaid hands that caress and hold as she sought to come to terms with her past. A related series of photographs that you can see in the background of the slide is called The Labours, taken by Mark Pilkington, show her grappling, in her own words, with the objects and by implication her memories. Of Mutability is not autobiographical, but she again used her naked body as a site of emotions, and the work also relates to aspects of herself that she was exploring. As Philip Stanley articulated in 2008, Chadwick worked in the space between the unconscious and conscious, and between the instinctive and rational, following the pull of her preoccupations and creating a frisson between different elements. I will only be discussing the central part of Mutability, which is called the Oval Court, and comprises 12 figures and related attributes floating in a raised pool, which, like the pool in the Alhambra, is fed by the tears from the heads around the walls, atop the columns and ogee arches. She wrote that the figures were allegories of love, that they were autobiographies of sensation, where she wanted to find a resolution between transience and transcendence. Related to the 12 figures, she wrote 12 months, 12 gates to Jerusalem, 12 gates of paradise. The figures and their accompanying attributes were also linked to the seasons, senses, and elements, for which she looked to art historical precedents. She described the nymphs, her own words, as bearing their sexuality like a kind of Aeolian harp, each swollen with pleasure, each at the pitch of plenitude before it starts to decay. Drawing on the Christian ideas around the Garden Eden and questioning the history and traditions based on what she called the curse of Eve. Chadwick's work of the 1970s, I hope you can see her work, it's on the bottom next to the Gentileschi, and Hannah Welk is above. Chadwick's work of the 1970s included immersive sexual domestic environments of a boudoir and dressing room, where she questioned notions of shame and guilt, and In the Kitchen of 1977, in which nude female performers moved around and jiggled within soft cookers, fridges, and sinks. Many of her works at this time engaged with perceptions of female roles, the body, and sexuality. As she noted, Judy Chicago was part of the zeitgeist, and she later wrote positively about how feminists had reclaimed the female body during the 1970s to become a primary ground. Chadwick's works of the 80s have been likened to those of Hannah Wilk in their use of her erotic body and performative declamatory poses. You can see here some stills at the top from a series of photographs Wilk made based on a performance given in response to the musical Jesus Christ Superstar. In this, Wilk transformed herself from a subservient Mary Magdalene to an autonomous figure of a crucified Christ through a series of poses and gestures that she gained from art historical precedents. Chadwick also drew on rhetorical poses from artistic traditions. On the back of the school, which is the box you can see in the middle, Chadwick's adult form strikes a pose that suggests rejection, similar to that of Susanna in Artemisia Gentileschi's Susanna and the Elders. Certainly, she wrote of school as being a place of order that tried to create conformity through training the mind and body. Although Chadwick was half Greek and spent most of her childhood summers in Greece, the objects that she chose to represent her development are particularly evocative of suburban England of the 1950s and 60s. While the pram would have encased and protected her, and the wigwam would have been a place of escape from the adult world, the gym horse was related to how schools train the body and mind to overcome fear and master particular athletic feats. On the pram, her adult figure is aligned with the shape, falling head down in an unstable reclining form. On the horse and the wigwam, her hands are visible, claiming, nurturing, and healing the past. These photographs add an extra layer of time and memory to the already complex overlays within the sculptures. Her adult self cradles and carries the sculptures in efforts suggestive of the labours of Hercules. Although abstracted, her bodily engagement with the incubator and statue, which are the two which you can see here, simultaneously suggest poses from life that equate with weight and care. Whereas the closed fetal position adopted in the incubator suggests helplessness, her crouched figure surrounding form in labours protects. Whereas the standing figure in the last of the sculptures shows her independent against the front door of her house and studio in Beck Street, her figure in the labours struggles under the weight of herself as artist. In the labours and on the sculptures, her head is turned away, so although showing her body, these are less self-portraits and more generalizable images of a neat young female body. Whitney Chadwick has argued that by including her adult self as subject, object, and author, she challenged the audience's gaze and automatic determinisms of beauty and the social construction of the feminine. Roland Barthes in Camera Lucida made this particularly relevant to photography, where he noted that a photograph of oneself represents a subtle moment when one is neither subject nor object, but a subject who feels that she is becoming an object. Quote, "The photograph is the advent of myself as other, a cunning dissociation of consciousness from identity." End quote. The way that the images are painted on, and their pinky sepia tones suggestive of old photographs, also complicates interpretation and their relation to the real. Rosalind Krauss suggests that photography is an imprint or transfer of the real, and are connected to the world like footprints. However, in Ego Geometria Sum, these layered images suggest both cultural and real-world references, are layered upon schematized objects and framed within gallery spaces. They have become abstracted mirage of the real. Ego Geometria Sum started as an exploration of Chadwick's past that would use photography as a cold and unsentimental tool of documentation. However, Chadwick found that the photographs of childhood sites could only show the bricks and mortar as the past had gone. Through hypnosis, visiting past sites, and reading widely, she constructed a work suggesting the complexity of developing the self within the wider world. As critic Michael Newman wrote in his review of the original exhibition, Chadwick explored the way that the self and the world are imbricated in a dense network of determinisms, and where freedom is a condition of involvement and work. Chadwick was an avid reader, taking notes and annotating books in her library. She read John Berger's Ways of Seeing, and in both Ego Geometria Sum and Of Mutability, there are connections with Berger's text. For instance, in Chapter 3, Berger argues that whereas the presence of a man depends on extrinsic promises of power, that of woman expresses her own attitude to herself, and that from early childhood she has been taught to survey herself, becoming both the surveyor and the surveyed. Berger goes on to discuss Adam and Eve and how the biblical story of the notion of shame and nakedness was created through Adam and Eve looking at each other differently, having eaten the fruit of knowledge, and that Eve was punished by being made subservient to man. Also relevant is a Chapter 2, the photographic essay, that juxtaposes historic paintings of women with advertisements and newspaper images of female celebrities, describing the relationship and proliferation of image as image. This is one of the 12 figures in the oval court of Mutability, and, like the others, is made up from a collage of blue photocopies. The pose of the figure suggests Bronzino's allegory with Venus and Cupid in the National Gallery, and, like the figures in Chadwick's fantasies, the characters in Bronzino's paintings are recognizable through their attributes, and ideas of love, play, jealousy, and fraud are suggested through visual character types and their shared gestures. Merleau-Ponty described what he called a shared postural schema in everyday life, which he thought emerged from contact with others. This again can be suggested in art, where certain gestures repeat and gain meaning through shared cultural memories. Chadwick's sketchbooks show her profound knowledge of art and how this informed her practice. She photocopied many images of paintings, including these two, particularly from the Renaissance, Baroque, and Rococo eras. Rather than being passive reclining nudes or accepting their fates gracefully, her copies of paintings by Rubens, Correggio, Fragonard, Boucher, and many others depict robust women in twisted motion, active in their pursuit of pleasure and in resistance to unwanted advances. And although frequently nude, and as such contentious at the time within feminist circles, they are knowing, sensual beings. Some of these, including the two shown here, she taped to a blank page and drew around them, playing with the rhythms and shapes. These then developed over many annotated drawings into the final tumbling, spiraling, and ecstatic forms. She was also very aware of the meanings of attributes, and her sketchbooks include photostated articles about the lyre and how it had been used in art, about the iconography of tombs, and others on Rococo paintings, like a series by Fragonard depicting allegories of love sited in gardens. However, her figures are not just traditional representations. She combined her historical knowledge with contemporary equivalents, thinking about the world around her. In her sketch for the figure on the right, which is plenty, by the way, she writes about vomiting money, which is an interesting one for the 1980s, and includes everyday sliced fruits and vegetables. Other images include dotted tights, condoms, gags, suggesting sadomasochistic practices. On the drawing of the figure with skate, she wrote about drifting upwards, of fish being caught between legs, of the net over feet opening like a vulva, of fishing and fertilization. As she later wrote, she was trying to open up a crease in language to look at what cannot be articulated. I'm hoping you can see this. It's a very rough representation of from several drawings that she made, and I've tried to make some sort of chart which represents that, and it's against the oval court. Her sketchbooks show the degree to which she thought about how to combine the historic with the contemporary, and how she wrestled with the allegories to be suggested. The sketch, worded sketch representation changes in the final. As you can see, the lamb is at the bottom of the oval court, but the mirror, which is on the left in her drawing, becomes on the right in the finished one. So she changed a lot of these and she kept moving them around. There are also a lot of gaps where she hadn't quite made up her mind. And here again, I really apologize. She did not use boxes, she did not use bullet points, but I wanted to try and describe the arc of the bottom of an oval, which she was annotating at the time. And this is as far as I managed to get with my, well, the degree to which I can manipulate slides. But then sections then become more detailed. And this is a sheet marked from suggested pattern, rising and falling figures. The emotions on the sheet at the base of the attributes moved from grief to foreplay, to bridal, to gathering pleasure heightening, to poised in advance, then drifting upwards and spiraling to birth. There are pages of notes where she considered each figure and what elements to incorporate and what paintings and historical iconography she should draw on. As she said to the art students who visited her studio, they should not read her figures as real, but as fantasies built on histories of art and combining those with contemporary references. She had collected advertisements from magazines that, as Berger had shown, combined gestures and poses from art history with modern setting to sell Tampax and lipstick. The images depicted in Of Mutability and Ego Geometria Sum were not more staged than those used and shown in Baroque and Rococo paintings, nor more sexualized than in many advertisements. What both works show is the way that iconography, gestures, and poses perform and gain meaning from a shared cultural and social knowledges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me? There's no technician in the room. Hey, you're welcome. I would like to ask you if you have any urgent question about this. To reservations, I am still thinking about them. And now what is following is a sort of dialogue, but it's not just dialogue or dialogue, but it's going to be open to everyone who would like to intervene, and we could also mix the particular questions about the specific and the what is going also open up from the ontologies and this sort of philosophical approach, which is everything to do with what is and how and feel and everything. So, any questions?
So we introduce you now to Johannes Göringer and Michel. I'm sorry. I was you went up. I thought you were going to do another conference.
No, I thought you were asking questions.
You want to ask me?
What?
So Johannes, I went to, and I don't know your name.
Michelle, yeah.
I was waiting to hear the images, of course, of the video because it was difficult to be able to.
Yeah.
But so in relation of that, maybe if I sound, I hear the sound, maybe question was not interesting. But one of the work of creation, you are working with elements in the body to the. And what are you doing with? I mean, in creation of music or sound? I mean, is only performative as an experiment, or is trying to create a kind of concept of whatever with the sound create ideally?
It's not really a concert as such, and the wearables that you see are only a small part of the overall composition. So they add a sonic texture. So in the first instance with the Tatlin Tower, it is itself sounding in the space, but gradually, as the performer moves, she comes close to a microphone, which begins to record her sound, and that sound goes to a musician or sound artist who will then work with us as well, composing with that as a sonic element. But I'll pass you to Johannes maybe to talk more about the composition of the sound of the overall piece.
Well, I mean, it would take a long time. Obviously, we think of the dispositive as a soundstage. We hope that the dancers, performers, the team, the sonographer, the designer, we can together generate sound through the movement. Because there are microphones in the space, there are amplifiers, there are wearable systems, and at the moment we're mostly making noise because some of the small microelectronic circuits are electrical circuits, so they make noise, and we're trying to modulate the noise and see what other aspects of traditional music or new music or instrumental possibilities open up. Because Michel began to think of the performer in an instrumental way, yeah. Not instrumentalized, but as an instrument performer.
May I ask, how does the different cultures of the show involve the performers? How do you experience that? How does that?
It's been quite interesting, actually. I mean, whilst we were saying that, well, I don't know if I mentioned, but these pieces were originally conceived as bespoke design pieces for one particular performer. But the most interesting thing has happened when I've asked another performer to wear the same piece, and the reactions are very, very different. Sometimes a little bit conservative, dependent on the background of the dancer or performer. But in another instance, we've had a Japanese performer. She's not traditionally trained. She's very creative in her approaches, and she dealt with that Tatlin Tower in a completely different way and wanted to explore the instrument very differently. So it does really impact on the way the interaction works and the interrelationships, definitely.
And maybe terms that we heard in rehearsal have to do with the materiality of the dress and the choreographic potential of the dress, so that when the performer realizes the dress is delicate, if she comes from perhaps a highly trained Chinese tradition, she deals with it differently than from a performance artist that comes from France or Belgium, who is interested in physical theater. And then, of course, things break. We had a lot of breakages.
Not really a lot of breakages, but the circuits are quite fragile. and need to be handled in a certain way. But the Chinese dancer Hannes mentioned, she was reluctant to explore the instrument in the way that, say, the Italian dancer explored it. She didn't like the vibrations, actually, whereas Vanessa, the Italian dancer, really enjoyed the vibrations. So this was quite revealing.
Which may be a different, the lecture we heard earlier by Ines on religion really fascinated me, because I think the dancers are coming from cultural traditions, from different backgrounds and localities. So I think the Buddhist trained Chinese performer Helena has too much respect for the system, whereas Vanessa doesn't. Yeah. And also the question of what's dysfunctional and functional is for us is very charming and erotic.
For me, it's very fascinating that you think design has not only specific to bodies, so for one part, one performance, it changed, everything changed. So
it does. Yeah.
very important part.
Yeah, and just to extend on that, I mean, the whole thing is about intimacy, about the intimacy of experience, and how one body may experiences something quite differently to another. So they may work with the same materials, the same technologies, but the experience is extremely different.
And Imogen, your lecture was to some extent, of course, addressing gender, yeah, and sexuality. And in a way, we work a lot with women who really are excited to get their hands on technological machines, but the approach is different. And yet we still have the old gender problems with some of the guys who did the software programming being on the sideline and then criticizing when the sound is not what they thought it was going to be, or when we have dysfunctionalities that the software programmers on our team wish not to have.
Yeah, because if I just go back to your question on composition, this particular composer had a very purist outlook on how his music should sound. So suddenly when I brought in a dysfunctional sounding speaker that broke and then reconnected with Bluetooth in the space, depending on its location with the dancer, he was really offended and switched it off. So, I mean, there's a lot of complexities involved in how we generate the overall sound. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I invite Andrew.
Okay.
Oh,
I enjoyed it.
Postpone now or just melt everything.
Melt it with something else.
They are dialogue and then we
Well, we started a bit late. Give us 2 minutes.
Well, okay.
About communication from the system, and this was the position of the microphone where the other speaker comes in, and my question is the system you realize is a dancer, is there a way to collaborate to the outside? Then maybe this is a global question in this position now. Realize some project where you can connect it in and make collaborations together, or if they are close projects. I think also some ways where there's the communication in the Metabody project, and how is the way to connect to different positions and performance situations. So now it's a question.
You mean how the wearables will perhaps be a part of the Metabody?
Yeah.
Well, we're offering the prototypes as concepts.
And there are positions to collaborate with other institutes or performance situations.
That's what we're beginning to do. I mean, we are communicating with your team, communicating with Jean-Marc to hear other choreographic ideas, and we are interested to work with Pablo and Muriel and Daniel to see what we can bring. For example, you saw the piece last night in the Connect environment in terms of how wearables would make the movement they did last night, for example, impossible, or change it. Yeah, what happens if you have certain costumes that make certain kinds of movements impossible?
Yeah, because the costume is present at the start of the process, so it's not added. It's there at the outset, and it may evolve or change in a process, but it's there as part of the performance making aspect.
Yeah, yeah. The question is also to, we get open sound control maybe on server position and think about what we do there and how can we use this as a data communication or transfer.
The data communication transfer question we have not addressed yet because we wanted to go into the workshop with you and others who worry about OSC. We do not worry about OSC.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Well, it's thrilling for me to have Erin Manning and Brian Asuki here, who are associated partners with this project and also members of the advisory board, and who have been inspiring my work for many, many years. I think I first met Erin in Nottingham in an event organized by Johannes. What was the name of the event?
Cultural,
Digital culture.
Digital culture.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good.
Thing is, the screen is a bit of a problem. We need and for me, sometimes it's amazing the depth and plethora of connections that there are between what Erin and Brian are doing in Montreal and what I'm trying to do here in terms of both ontological questions, political inquiries.
Are you going to use this?
No.
Okay, I'm going to.
Oh.
Okay.
Good.
Oh, great. Thank you. Connections between the arts, architecture, dance, the media arts, connections between embeddedness of movement, affect, and perception. So there are many, many, many issues that have, of course, informed also the way I have proposed even the Metabody project. So I was thinking that, well, we're discussing proposals to what to do here, whether just presentations or a dialogue or so. The end result was this idea of a dialogue with me. But I will now also, if you want to do a or just start straight away.
We have a few ideas to launch and then a conversation.
So let's just.
Works. Hi, it's great to be here. Our hope was to not be in this position where we sit up here and you look at us. We tried, but Jaime couldn't find a space where we could actually sit around and talk to each other.
Tomorrow in the workshop in Media Lab, we will hopefully continue this discussion here in a more.
It's about you guys, not about us. We wanted to not because it really. I'm just saying that so that you know, so you can now begin to imagine that you're not just sitting there and we're sitting up here. And the reason for that was because we spend too much time doing exactly this kind of thing. And so when Jaime invited us, we wanted to really be in conversation rather than sort of do an exposition of our own work, which we do ourselves anyway. So hopefully today you can see this as a conversation. We don't have a prepared paper. We have a sense of what some of the issues are that mobilize our research around the kinds of questions that Metabody is invested in and how these cross over with the large project that we currently have, which is called the Mediations. One of the, I guess the main reason that we're associated partners is because Jaime and we came up with a project at exactly the same time, and the university in Montreal didn't believe that we actually had enough hours in the day to do both projects, so they wouldn't support the Metabody one. But we do have enough hours to cross over, so I just wanted to say that. So Brian and I just thought to start, we would touch on something that we perceive as a current, particularly in Europe, around the relationship between art, activism, and capital. And I don't know if it's a current that touches any of you, but it's something that we were put face to face with again a couple of weeks ago when we were in Stuttgart for a meeting of philosophers and artists and activists around new ways of conceiving collaboration and alter politics. And this is a work that is spearheaded to a large extent by Franco Berardi, Bifo, and other contemporary philosophers. And the tendency in this work is to suggest that the only way to combat capital is to stop acting. So, given that our whole philosophical, the force behind our philosophical work is based on activity, we thought it might be an interesting place to start to think about what is missed from our opinion, or in our opinion, when we speak directly about activity and capital as though they were both doing the same thing. And hopefully from there we'll get to questions of movement and volition and perception, maybe also then I'd like to then touch on the question of inhibition that came up in the last presentation, because I think it plays well into what we'd like to talk about.
Just to give a bit more context to how we were contextualizing it and what we saw as a kind of mood in Europe, less so other places, was that there's an idea that capitalism is continually mobilizing us, that there's an imperative to launch into movement, to participate, an imperative to activity, and that power works through that kind of incitation to activity more than through prohibition at this point. So positive incitation to integrate you into these forms of movement and mobilization that keep the capitalist world running. And the response to that is a response that's very powerful, that we've run into many times in our recent trips, is to say that the only way to respond to this is to move to the opposite, which is to inactivate. So there are theories like, for example, coming from Giorgio Agamben, that the highest potential is the power not to be, the power not to do, because when you're not doing anything in particular, you haven't excluded all of the other possibilities you could have been doing had you not been doing that one particular thing. So there's this idea of a suspension of activity that, in directly political terms, sometimes gets expressed with calls for exodus from that mobilization process. And from our point of view, and from a point of view very similar to the one that Jaime was talking about in his talk, this sort of mistakes action that's very strongly patterned with activity. So part of our project is to have, actually, as opposed to this inactivist philosophy, an activist philosophy that tries to rethink what activity is when you think it in terms of terms that purely have to do with movements relating to each other, the way that Jaime was suggesting in his talk.
Feel free to jump in anytime.
Oh, thanks. I will do.
And anybody else? Really, we have some ideas.
I would like to know.
Yes.
What do you mean exactly when you are talking about action? Put an example of that brought you the idea that action is related to capitalism and not another thing. Or if it is a concept that came through Greek term, a Latin term, or a particular tradition or whatever.
Yeah. So this way, the whole thing of what we wanted to talk about is in that question. I mean, this is not a view that we share, but we feel that it's not a view that we can ignore. Because every time we travel, and we're marking Europe in part because we're here, but because it really feels different right now. So it's that in the last 3-4 years, we've seen a lot of activism around the world in terms of generating emergent collectivities. We had a very, very powerful student strike in Montreal that mobilized really the population of the city had demonstrations every night for 8 months. We still have vestiges, important vestiges of Occupy in many parts of the world, but very strongly so in North America, and a very strong belief in the capacity to organize, to come together outside of the norms of typical demand-based anti-capital demonstrations.
And just to give you a bit more, so an example or more of a context in what we're responding to, it comes out of theorizations of capitalism that talk about how capitalism is moved beyond kinds of production that are sited and territorialized, like in the factory, and that moved more and more toward generating value through processes of circulation itself. So it relates to all of the rhetoric about informational capitalism, creative capital. And in the old factory-based model, there was a very rigid sequencing of sensory motor actions in a set rhythm to match the rhythm of the machinery and a rhythm of production that was imposed from without. And now the watchword is less to conform in that way to that sensory motor schema, but actually to liberate your actions in a way that is innovatory. So actually to find ways of moving ideas, making images, creating systems that don't yet fit into those schema, but can be valorized, that can be sold. So that part of the concern that we're responding to is people are saying, well, everything you're talking about becoming creativity is already taken up by capitalism. So what do you do?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think there was another question, but just to, and then Jaime, I guess. So really what we want to put on the table, obviously when you're working with technology, you're working with sometimes quite large amounts of money as well. You're always in that murky interstice between capital and creativity, and for us, because there's no real separation between how we articulate the political and where we think of artistic practice, we are always wondering what the edges are, where creativity moves into creative capital. But what we're saying is, as a launching pad, that we want to be clear that for us, action doesn't necessarily have to be subsumed to capital. That action, as we've defined it in our own work, is not of the sensory motor kind necessarily. It also exists in all of those infratemporal, and infraspatial, and ecological interstices that compose experience, that are not necessarily in mimesis with a kind of displacement, right? So, yeah, you had a question, sorry.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, more things came up, but what I want to with this this concept of inactivism is still unclear to me, because what does that mean? Does it mean stop doing everything and then one dies, or stop doing any activism against capitalism, which would mean keep going with the flow, which doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah. This is fantastic, because
then I would like to introduce another question related to Metabody and the use of technology, because we're very much into finding ways to disalign ourselves from the direction set by technologies, but yet or still most or all of us are totally connected to all the technological tools we use in our works and so on. So are we fooling ourselves? Do we need to be much more radical about it? Or is there a way to still work with the tools that we're trying to disalign from?
I just want to say that what you're saying. It's so refreshing to realize that Europe is a very complicated place. So everywhere we go, this inactivity is all we hear. Of course, the time we decide to talk about it, we're in a room full of people who are like, "What inactivity?" So so it's great. I think I mean obviously can't tell you very clearly what the movement behind this desire for inactivity is since I don't share it. But what I can say is that I've read Franco Berardi very closely, Bifo, who's a person I respect a lot, whose work drives me crazy, but I understand where it comes from. And his view is really that activism hasn't produced an alter politics that we can live with. And so therefore, since activism hasn't done this kind of work, that we need to better attend to the modes of the networking modes, including technology, that enervate our bodies and create modes of existence that are not enraptured with these kinds of enervations. I don't follow that point of view, but I think it's worth talking about because even if it's not prevalent in this particular room, it is what has allowed Badiou to become important in a lot of circles, what allowed Agamben to continue to be read very forcefully, certain versions of Zizek to be read, and in our view has also mobilized a kind of apolitical investment that feels, or at least a kind of politics that feels cynical and maybe, depressing rather than energizing, right?
Yeah, I'm very interested in pointing a certain crossroads which I've always found through you in a way, closer. Which is where ontology and politics cross through movement, in the sense that. So I think what Brian was mentioning a while ago is this issue of how power has shifted, maybe in the middle of the 20th century with the rise of information and cybernetics, from a disciplinary field of repetition of patterns, like in the industry with literally the movements you do in the warehouse and the factory, to a model of incitation of emergence and capture of emergence, which is something that Brian has written extensively on therein, and I would like really, I think this is a crucial theme for me and for the project. How is it that now power doesn't operate only through repeating patterns, but through capturing emergence all the time, which is what I think Brian was referring to in this diffusion of barriers of creativity and creative capital, how creativity becomes capitalized, how does that capitalization happen? And that relates, I think, to precisely how we can think or rethink movement. So the ontology of movement, or movement as being source for an ontology in a way. I think maybe and maybe I'm wrong, but the ground on which this inactivist philosophies may be grounded, perhaps is one in which movement is not taken into account as an ontological substrate.
Exactly.
So what I mean is we need to understand what kinds of movements, i.e. perceptual movements, i.e. engineerings of perception, are accounting for capitalization of emergence. So the kinds of perceptual engineering I was mentioning in my talk is precisely not something that is nowadays generally taken into account in any political agenda that I know so far. Well, maybe some few people like us think about those things, but not in the political movements I know. I tried to bring these issues in the Occupy movements in Spain, and for some time one could speak about such issues, but then there was no longer this possibility.
I was worried the audience which get lost.
Okay.
So you have to come back to common language in order to be understood. From
which
action, you start with action, and then you switch to movement, and then you switch to concepts that you are familiar with, but not everyone. So I was pleased.
Which is the moment then? The moment in which
action.
Yes.
And the discussion on action, and then on movement, and then this ontologies of movement. And there is one point here with somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, I could speak to that directly because that's really where, Brian, we're going to start. We're not even at our first sentence yet here on our outline. So, and then we can come back because I think you're right. We have to be careful not to go too quickly. And so really we're just throwing this idea out there, or this problem that we're seeing around inactivism. It's not really what we want to talk about. It's just thinking, you know, about the alignments between art and activism, politics, and capital, and to what degree it's still possible to think of artistic practice of all kinds as being able to mobilize new forms of life, and without those forms of life necessarily being taken over, immediately being captured by capital. So when you hear if you go to any of the large American universities, the very well-known ones, Harvard, Yale, etc., you go on their websites, you'll often see that the new MBA is an MFA, right? So we don't want to underestimate the ways in which contemporary academic culture has taken over the idea of what art can do as part of its machinery. At the same time, we're obviously invested in art as a practice and as a movement, and the way that we're proposing to think this through is, as Jaime was saying, through movement. And so what we're wanting to begin with is this idea that when we speak of action, usually we understand an immediate, very similar to what Jaime was saying this morning, an immediate relationship between a subject and an object. Usually we understand a body having a mission to do something in the world. And so we have very normative ideas of what a body is, of what an object or a world is, how these two connect through pre-existing ideas of space and time. And then, of course, we have a sense of the displacement. So action becomes the vocabulary of the displacement of this kind of activity. And over the last decade, both Brian and I have worked hard to challenge this idea that movement is akin to displacement, suggesting that movement instead be thought more in terms, I think, of what Joel, you were saying around duration. So that, following Bergson's ideas to a large extent, that that movement be understood as something that is more that has a more quality and a stronger investment in quality than quantity, that is equally potentializing in its micro efforts as in its macro displacements.
But I can give a sort of a simple example of the difference between the action and movement and where that can lead. Habit is something that we both write about quite a bit, and Aaron talks a lot about walking and then moves that into theorizing about movement and dance. But if you think of a habitual walk, say to the bus stop every day, and you think of that as a kind of robotic sequence of actions that, with a goal to it, you're the subject. To the extent that you have it in you as a habit, you don't have to actually think about it, but you still think of yourself as a subject of that habit. It's my habit, and I'm getting where I need to go, and I have this destination point that's set out. But if you actually did walk robotically, you probably would never get there. You'd trip over trash on the street, or you'd trip over a new crack on the street that appeared from the freezing overnight.
If you lived in Montreal.
Yeah, you live in Montreal. Or you probably notice that day after day, sometimes you make slight variations. So the habit actually isn't just a sensory motor sequence of pre-given actions leading to one end. It's a field of variation. It's able to adapt itself on the fly as it's executing itself. And where does that adaptation come from? If you avoid tripping, you might do something a little bit like a pirouette. That didn't come. You have to do that too quickly to think and apply your decision to the action, or you fall over. That action came from past action. Other habits resonating, combining with the habit that was ongoing. So you could take that situation and just analyze it in terms of an oriented movement, because you do have an endpoint, but you could deviate. You could be captured by a Kleineman and end up at another bus stop or somewhere else entirely, maybe not even going to work that day. But you could take all those fixed formal elements, defined elements, and then at every point say, well, what would happen or what might happen if instead of your movement relating to that frame, it was relating to movement, to the movement on the periphery of your vision, to the sort of beginnings of movements you feel when you think about a movement, to the other habits you've had. And you create a field that's not a field of action, but it's a field of activation. And it has a quality of life.
What I was pointing to in this shift from action to movement was perhaps, oh, sorry, yeah, I'll have you. And this idea that we tend to, we have inherited a culture that thinks action as pertaining to a pre-given subject,
yeah,
who is the source of the action. Is this idea which I mentioned, motion is, movement is an external property of a given subject. And it's, of course, then circumscribed also to a given space, a res extensa. And so it's all very circumscribed. We can only move through certain spaces in given ways as given subjects. If we rethink movement, now, ontologically, we think not that movement is of things, but movement is, and from it, eventually, the perception of things may emerge, and thingness, or subjectivity, or maybe something else, which is neither nor. So if we think from movement, then we may understand how movement alignments, which means how perception is choreographed through architecture, through machines of all kinds, how that is constituting potentials or lack of potentials for action. So this issue, which I focus on through the notion of determinacy versus indeterminacy. So what is the degree of open-endedness of our movements in a way? How far are they rigidly aligned in choreographies which we can foresee and calculate and so on? How far are they more diffuse, indeterminate, uncontrollable, open to multiple interactions and interactions? That is, for me, the question. And of course, that's why I think some politics cannot answer that question, because they still think action as pertaining to a pre-given subject.
Yeah. So that's why our work has been so involved in trying to challenge the idea that a subject is always at the beginning of experience, and to working with philosophers like Whitehead, like Simondon, like Deleuze and Guattari, Bergson, etc., Spinoza, we've tried to show how movement precedes subjectivity. So you have these moments of identification that are something like this step or this word or this encounter, but these are not what structure experience. And that's why also we gave you, I don't know if you read it, but you have it, the text that we wrote on Bill Forsyth's work, because amongst contemporary choreographers, Bill is particularly articulate about how movement doesn't belong to a body. Bill never speaks of movement in relation to an existing substrate. He always talks about how movement emerges from movement, always. He'll say to his dancer, don't dance to position, move beyond position, don't dance for form, etc. And so as an example, to sort of throw things out, and hopefully there'll be some back and forth conversation, I want to give an example that Brian and I were talking about yesterday when we were thinking about what to talk about, which is a case that I've been very invested in the last several years now, which has to do with extensive collaborations I have with autistics. And so about, I don't know now, maybe 7 years ago, I started being contacted by autistics who were really interested in the work on movement. I think because if you begin with movement rather than with subjectivity, there is a recognition within the autistic community that you're speaking of an experience that is very dear. So just to give you a little bit of background before I go into the story I want to throw out for today, there's a strong misunderstanding about autism, which is that autistics are not relational or non-empathetic. This is an invention based on a neurotypical account of how experience passes from subject to subject. So when we accuse autistics of not being relational, what we mean, and I'm saying we very strongly here, is that they don't respond to the world in the same way we do, therefore they must not be empathetic. What an autistic says, and so many of them have now written books and articulated this, autistics that I'm talking about are classical autistics, which means that they can't speak, but many of them can type on devices that amplify for voice, so that they can speak through devices. What they say is that it's very odd, and I think this links into Metabody. It's very odd the degree to which we're concerned with our own centrality in the world. So they'll say, you know, we go, speaking of being autistic, we go to the doctor's office, and the doctor asks us questions and puts things on the table for us to play with. And when we don't respond directly to the doctor by looking at the doctor's face or playing with these toys on the table, the assumption is that we don't understand what the doctor is saying, that we can't play with the things the doctor has given us. And yet, Tito Mukapade, one of the autistics who's written several books, he's 22 and he's written 4 books, I think. He says, you know, the strange thing was that the doctor didn't seem to notice that there was this really amazing ray of light that was coming onto the mirror, that was reflecting onto the wall, which was just far more stimulating than these toys that the doctor put on the table. And so Tito asked this question, well, what is it about the doctor who assumes that the only thing of interest in the room is his face, and that I should engage directly with his face, right? And so I just give that as an example because it's very clear when you speak to autistics that the question of subjectivity simply is different, that there isn't an assumption, first of all, that the human is at the center of experience. It's a very ecological engagement. And there isn't either a strong sense of where the body begins and ends. So autistics flap because they say they flap because they need to feel where the edges of their appendages are and where the beginning of the world is. And so they're constantly articulating a frustration with us that we pretend to know what those limits are and that we judge them based on our own pretense of what those limits are. So having said that, what I want to throw out, and this is what I was thinking of in relation to the question of inhibition. I mean, it's really a new work for me, but something I'm very interested in, is that when you don't start with the subject, and when you begin instead with movement, at an extreme case like that of autism, the tendency is to call the movement that is uncontrolled what they call Forsyth movement, and what we call involuntary movement. We tend to see it as not being real movement, because the movement of classical autism does not allow them to, because of activation issues and impulse control issues and many other motor issues, does not generally allow them to follow through a structured pathway from for example, the desire to pick up the paper, to picking up the paper, to bring it here. This would not be an easy task for an autistic, which doesn't mean that the autistic couldn't pick up the paper. They just wouldn't pick it up that way. They might sort of fall over to get the paper. They would find other techniques to manage it, dancerly techniques. And so following through with this fantastic piece of William James that he wrote in 1895, which I recently found, hadn't read it before, called The Feeling of Effort. I want to put out there that perhaps in our account of what we consider to be agency in movement, so this idea that we have willful capacity to move in the world, and that it's on the basis of that subject-oriented willfulness that we can engage with experience, then in fact something else might be much more interesting might be at stake that all of us in some way are touching on in our work, be it with sound or with dance or with technology, which is that there is a whole layer of experience which doesn't operate at the level of inhibition, but operates instead through techniques which are generated through a mixture of choreography and habit. Emergent techniques, I don't mean necessarily learned techniques, that are capable of, that allow certain kinds of potential, movement potential to emerge that we wouldn't necessarily otherwise have access to. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I come a little bit from other historical background. There was an evolution, and I stand in the center of this. I mean, yeah, you can control your movement, and you can realize the subject meditation is your own study in the world. But the processing is a social processing. If we can change this thinking about society, it's impossible to realize anything. Mr. Forsyth can realize some social processing on the stage, but on the other side, he had a million budget in Hellerup and blocked some social processing from local dancers. Mm-hmm. And this is the different way to think about our own society and what we do with that.
Yeah, I think that's the problem we really wanted to bring up by starting with that sort of introduction about activity and capitalism. Is there some way that this kind of thinking can really effectively be translated into protest or social activism? I think that it already has been in a lot of ways. What I'm saying that, well, first of all, I think I have to go back to the question about complicity. All the examples we give are slight inflections or emergent, sort of relational emergences that come out of a world that's already stratified and structured. So we're not saying throw your machines away. We're saying love them differently, right? Saying inhabit that complicity, but maybe inhabit it in a way that creates emergent effects. Now you can have a. Well, just let me finish my thought.
Let him finish.
Can I just finish my thought? Wasn't my. You can have certain kinds of goals, like in the political movement that Aaron was talking about in Montreal. There's a goal of not raising tuition, so as a student movement. But they didn't go straight to that goal. What they did, they started a movement that refused to have representation, that refused to have a very particular program, that refused to have pre-decided strategies, and they set up a whole field of activity oriented by that goal. But as soon as you do that, that field of activity is going to generate feelings and needs, senses of potential that overreach the goal. So very soon it became not just not raising tuition, it became going back to the idea of free education. And then beyond that, it was on the verge of becoming an explicitly anti-capitalist, anti-neoliberal takeover of the university. So we're not saying that there's no macro politics, programmatic politics, just like we're saying you can't be complicit with your machines in the way they function, but we're saying that if politics is done in a way that encourages a kind of whole field of experience activation that exceeds any linear move toward that goal, other goals pop up. And then in the tension between those, a lot of things happen. And a movement starts inventing itself. it's a kind of structured improvisation rather than just going toward a goal and implementing a plan.
So what I wanted to do with that account was to allow us to begin this conversation from the perspective not of subject-oriented agency, to say that something's at stake in an account that begins with movement, that needs to be thought outside of the orienting of experience by the human subject, but is not either an orienting that is, say, post-humanist, because I think that's just another kind of humanism, right? And so what happens if we don't begin with the idea of human agency? What if we, instead of going with agency altogether, we were to go instead with a much more interesting word, which is the French agencement, which already includes a kind of a sense of a collective movement, a sense of a shift, a phasing of experience. And what if we were to say that that which we take to be a given, which is the will or voluntary experience, which is at the heart of what I would suggest everything that Jaime was saying this morning about form, about experience, is built on the idea that the human subject is capable of voluntary action, and because of the voluntary action can set up an event space that he or she can articulate, can alter, can change. It's a very clear and well-defined mode of operation that we teach our children very early, and that we also teach in universities very coherently, or we're supposed to anyway. If we don't begin there, then what happens? What else could we think about? So this is really just our launching point.
Yeah. I cut you off. I just wanted to know if you had more to say in response to what we were just.
Now I have to say what we can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just have a little modest example of what's going on right now today. At the moment we're talking in France. We artists, because of specific reasons connected to the entire world of technicians and artists, we're stopping the festival.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that stopping of the action takes place, a huge field that will be about agencement.
Yeah.
And then a whole reinvention of modalities of how to explain to the audiences why big performances are being stopped, why millions of euros are being lost in ticketry. But then bringing people to really rethink a little bit about what it is to move in that other way. My second point is, it's a bit of a sarcastic joke. Let's be careful of not having these ideas you're putting forward being recuperated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they
will be. They will be.
May I suggest,
be recuperated.
Because I feel we're running out of time, and Erin and Brian have just started to put up their ideas. I think it'd be nice to let them expand a bit more, and then
we're happy.
Yeah, I think it's great, but I feel I need to.
I'm happy to talk with people, but we're also continuing tomorrow. But just to come to this very specific, because I think, and then maybe continue the dialogue. I think the question of instrumentality is at the heart of this same. I think of it recently as a first identity politics. Think of neurotypicality as a first identity politics. Neurotypicality understands agency as volitional, and in recent years, of course, is attached to the idea that there are certain forms of knowledge that are worthwhile and other forms of knowledge which aren't. And we know very well where we're positioned, except for those of us who can make software that may be taken over by industry. For the most part, what we're doing is completely irrelevant, and and there will be an attempt to cut it. I mean, there's no question, I think. But at the same time, what's interesting to me, to talk a little bit about the what else, and I'll just throw this out there, is that other things are happening. And so it is in this kind of these little moments of escape that Jaime was talking about, particularly, strangely enough, in arenas of the world where there's less capital. So we live in a city, Montreal, which is very poor. Comparatively, only 2% of the population in Quebec make more than $120,000 a year. 2%. So it's very. I think the median salary is $30,000. So that's $30,000 is 18,000 euros. So we're talking about a place where we never begin with capital ever. We work, we make art, we work together, we collaborate on the basis of projects, and then we figure out how to fund them, if we fund them. And what we found is that the places that are most in line with this kind of operation tend to also be those where the habit of capital hasn't taken over quite as strongly or has fallen out. So, for example, we have colleagues, very activist colleagues in Portugal, in Spain, in Croatia, in Italy, in Brazil. And so one of the things we wanted to jump off toward was the idea that there may be a way to think about alter politics that are not anti-capitalist in the sense that they're not necessarily pretending that you can just walk out of capitalism, but that are not allowing themselves to be taken over in full attunements with capital.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back quickly to the idea of agencement, which in English is translated as assemblage, but that doesn't really get to it because there's much, there's a connotation of activity and self-activity, self-moving that's a part of agencement. But in the example Aaron used of the autistic picking up the piece of paper and not being able to do what we call a voluntary movement of going straight to the point and getting it, there's a kind of indirect movement that relays into a different form of movement, into touch, and sort of prompts the body to move into a movement that moves itself. For whatever reason it works, because maybe there's certain associations that have made certain habits that allowed that indirect approach to become a movement towards something specifically. But that idea of prompting a self-organizing movement, a movement that moves itself, is a model that we might be able to think of. And I think that's very much a part of improvisational techniques in the arts. So we look to the arts as a kind of laboratory, a testing ground for techniques that could become strategies. And I think a project like Metabody has a great deal of potential in that way.
But if generations and generations of performers have trained performers, and this morning you say you rather not use the term performance anymore.
Well,
in terms of your whole scheme
of my
dualistic machine,
of my work.
What happens then to the performer?
But Johannes, I don't use it for my work. I'm not condemning you as a performer, so you can do as many performances as you like. We are in a pluralistic framework, which is why sometimes what I try to is to have space for something other than performance. Not excluding performance, but including other things as well.
I think that's impossible, Johannes.
Maybe let's stay with the conversation.
Well, I think we should stay with the conversation.
The notion of stop acting. I think you raised it yourself, right?
Say more. What do you mean stop acting?
Oh, what we were saying.
Oh, stop acting. I thought you meant stop action, like stop action. No, but you're misunderstanding. We weren't supporting not acting. We were saying that it's a tendency that we're seeing politically in Europe at the moment, in political theory, particularly.
In political theory and academic theory, yes, but it's not possible.
Oh no!
We're not saying it's possible.
It's not possible, but it's actually very present in activist circles, which is what's bothering us, and in art.
Yeah, but Johannes, come on, it's all over the dance scene, you know.
But I think part of one of the ideas, I was talking about that prompted self-organization. But I think something can often also arise out of the tension between different practices that maybe isn't contained in any one practice, but then might have a feedback effect on one of them. So we're not saying stop anything. We're not saying stop performing. I don't think Jaime is saying that either. He's saying he's exploring in his work another direction. But what might happen between his direction and performance? Something new might occur to people who are doing the performance.
I suppose if I may clarify, my interest in asking your notion of structured improvisation, letting or prompting movement to organize itself. What does this mean in regard to notion of training?
Mm-hmm.
Can you, for example, maybe Aaron, you were thinking of a short and negligible period of European concept dance. How would you train concept dance?
Yeah. No, at the moment, it's really important for me to say that I don't think anything that we say is you can't turn anything that we say into a general concept. I really want to speak, if we're going to talk about performance, I want to speak about a particular piece, or I want to speak, but I will say, because I've thought a lot about technique. I mean, as a trained dancer, of course, I know a lot about technique. I also have taught dance for several years, but I also know a lot about technique in relation to teaching philosophy, or technique in terms of fashion design, etc. So I would be the last person in the world to throw technique out. It would be a real pain if I were to make a dress if I didn't know how to cut a pattern, or at least some kind of idea of how to cut a pattern. But in my own work, what I've tried to show is that technique in and of itself doesn't do the work. I don't think anybody would challenge me on that. You can put 25 people in front of a violin, and not everybody will be a violinist, given the same amount of technique. So there's something else that happens in that interstice of what I called before habit and choreography. There's a reason why there's a capacity in certain cases to go into a line of emergence that deviates in an important and interesting way from the way in which an activity reproduces itself. And in my own work, I've talked about this as technicity, so the place at which technique outdoes itself. So I've thought a lot about this is, I mean, I use Bill's work, Bill Forsyth's work, as an example because it's the one I know best. But it's very, very interesting in Bill's work, and I'll give you an example from Bill's. So as many of you probably know, Bill, for the most part, not always, but for the most part, privileges classically trained dancers. And it's not that he's needing the form of the classically trained. He has dancers who are also not classically trained. But what he needs is the capacity for a kind of quickness, a kind of speed that is at the heart of his movement. A classically trained dancer has a capacity for a kind of visual proprioceptive counting of movement, which is very particular, which has to do with an ability also to move movement to another part of the body. But of course, if anybody knows Bill's work, the classically trained dancer cannot necessarily do Bill's movement. I mean, he was just in Boston teaching a ballet to the Boston Ballet, and it was very, very interesting to hear the accounts of the ballet company about how incredibly difficult his movement was. And everybody knows this about Bill's movement. And the reason is because Bill never wants to begin with form. He doesn't want you to do the arabesque you've always done. He wants you to take that arabesque and turn it upside down, move it with a line that emerges from a spiral, going around, doing what he calls tuna, which is completely incomprehensible unless you've been part of the Forsyth company. When he talks about tuna, it's the idea that a tuna casserole is, you can put tuna in any kind of thing, and it's called the tuna casserole. So you have to take the potential of a movement, allow it to become activated in a collective, in an ecology, see where the movement moves, move it beyond position, and then he finds all kinds of techniques to alter it. So I'm giving this example as an example of how you take technique toward technicity. Now, every practice, be it a meta-performative practice, or a theater, or a classical ballet, or sound, or a philosophical practice, I think requires both of those. So a very, very strong relationship is my view with technique, because technique allows for a capacity to hone. It allows for a precision and a rigor that opens up experience to all kinds of potential that isn't otherwise there. But that's not enough. And so in our own thinking around art and activism and movement, really our work is always hours and hours and hours every week to think about how we can invent techniques for the kinds of practices that we're most interested in.
And the first step to inventing a technique is to set down certain constraints. You have to set down what we call enabling constraints that create a situation that's conditioned for already moving toward accommodating a certain kind of emergence.
And just one last little thing on this, because I mentioned inhibition before, and Johannes and both of you, you had this question between you two, whether inhibition was necessary. And sorry, I can't remember your name. Michel. And Michel, Johannes was saying, well, maybe Michel likes the inhibition, and you didn't kind of resolve that. But the reason that interests me in relation to the idea of an enabling constraint is because in 1895, when William James writes this amazing essay called The Feeling of Effort, he's asking this question of how it is that we might know something like effort. So how it is that we could measure it. So it's a sort of early neuroscientific work, I suppose you could say, early experimental psychology. And he goes into the sensory motor schema to see whether effort can be measured. So he says, maybe if you push a chair, you can match or somehow find the effort in the muscle of the arm or whatever. And it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. He says, well, all of his efforts to map effort have been for naught. He can't come to a conclusion about effort, and he has all kinds of examples from rhythm, from music, and so on. And his conclusion is, and this is something that I'm only starting to think about, but I'd really like to throw out, is that the feeling of effort comes from inhibition. So when you have an autistic, that's why I was telling the story beforehand, when you have an autistic for whom maybe 95% of movement is something we might call involuntary, which means that the movement is constantly active in a way that is not directly leading to an action that has a trajectory. What is really interesting is that autistics say there's no effort. And so, and when Bill Forsyth says to his dancers, move the line in a way that spirals this way and lands this way, he is also saying, don't go to the place of effort. Don't go to the activation of a form. Go somewhere else. And so what's interesting to me, or sort of a provocation that I'd like to throw out, is that maybe what we need to do, rather than creating techniques for inhibition, which are very, very much techniques that are part of a notion of agency that begins with will. I will not do this. Very, very, how early do we start to tell our children, do not pick up the apple from the table, don't play with don't whatever. If we don't begin with inhibition and we begin instead with an enabling constraint, what could be the constraint that wasn't directly an inhibition? This is perhaps one way to begin to think about a more complex notion of a suspension of activity that wasn't an inactivity.
I was wondering whether we could rethink the issue of the constraint in terms of emergent conditions for things, because if we think, I've sometimes spoken of this notion of transaction by Gilbert Simondon, which implies that an activity generates its own conditions. You cannot judge it according to given. So an emergent process generates its own emergent conditions and therefore its own emergent values. Which connects now even to the issue of nihilism, Nietzsche. Like, if you are always judging things according to the values you already had, you are condemning that thing to stay within a given field of possibilities. Whether if it's open to emergent conditions, then it cannot be a constraint. It's just an emergent condition. Then I wonder how to relate this to the issue of what kinds of politics and aesthetic or political paradigms one could play with if we change from this notion of the agency of a given subject that can only work within the context, the content of the frame of perception, whereas as opposed to thinking movement as an emergent process of emergent perceptions that allows us to work not only within what's within the framework of the perspectival window, but undoing the perspectival window and generating other modes of perception. That's what I refer to as a metaformance. So this ongoing process of emergent proprioceptions that never necessarily congeal or become actualized in a particular mode of perception, but are always emerging and never differentiating categorically proprioception from perception, since proprioception is always expanded, it's always perception itself. So
Yeah,
working on this might be
yeah, that raises a lot of questions. Proprioception, I think, is fascinating. It's one of my favorite topics. Maybe we can talk more about it tomorrow. But going back to just very, very quickly to that, the fundamental question you raised about how we can think of this politically. I think one of the implications, even though it's not yet an answer, is that the politics coming out is not going to be a politics of consensus or harmony in the first instance. It's going to be a politics of dissensus and intensification. In that model of Simondon's, the process conditions itself because there's a kind of impulse, an energization, because there's a tension between, for example, to give really simple examples, between different concentrations in a solution, and then there's a tension, and then a process conditions itself that ends up becoming a crystal. But his point is that there's a tension that because of the difference in levels, the difference in scales, the difference in intensities in a field, it energizes something. Something can't yet happen, but something has to happen because the tension has to resolve itself into something, and it resolves itself into the self-conditioning of a process of emergence. So you could apply that to politics and say that what we're not looking for in the first instance is agreement. We're not looking to have people adhere to a program. We're interested in bringing people together with all of the differences and the tensions, but in a way that what comes out self-conditions towards certain kinds of emergences.
Yeah, I was thinking in this sense then another of the problems with thinking politics in that respect is that if we think of people as already constituted subjects, then the multiplicity that we have to hold is already given, and there's this clash of confrontation of politics. Whereas if we think of emergent processes and emergent conditions, for me, it's more about generating conditions for indeterminacy, which means multiplicities which are not yet defined, multiplicities which are emerging. So how to generate ecologies, how to afford ecologies for multiplicities which are not yet defined would be for me a question.
And that comes out of the difference. It comes in between, and what happens between, and what else can happen between.
It's difficult to think that how to work in that without working on perception itself, on how relationalities and movements themselves are.
This would be so great if okay in the car.
Yes.
Because after somebody 5 minutes.
Certainly. We need to have a 5-minute coffee break. But so we invite you to come tomorrow to the workshop and continue this discussion. We have to decide a time yet for it. 2 o'clock during lunchtime. Okay, good.
After lunch.
We have a catering.
Yes, yes.
I would love if you could have, earlier you just said you're doing something as a filtration. For my clear understanding, can you give me a concrete example about that?
Which?
I may ask you.
Yeah, but which example? Sorry.
The last thing you said.
Oh yes, about the techniques. Yeah. Well, I don't like to plug our book, but Brian and I just finished a book.
Okay, let's have a break.
And the reason that I say that, Brian and I wrote what should have been a 5-page piece, and it turned into an 80-page piece. So I have to tell you that it's a bit torturous. But it is one of the few places where we talked in detail about the kinds of techniques that we've invented over the years, and where they failed, how they've, because for us the question of a technique, I'll just give you a quick example. This year we were trying to figure out what a technique might be for the creation of an anarchive. So we've been thinking a lot about what would be a mode of archiving that would be very engaged with the anarchy in the archive from the very beginning. So rather than thinking about making a practice that is always already about its own documentation, which we're all very well trained to do, what would a practice be that didn't know how to document itself beforehand? And just have to hold Brand's hand because he wants to pull the microphone away from me. And and so
I'll have to go like that.
so with that kind of question, we then spent a year having workshops every week, movement workshops, to try to explore the limits of materials. We began with paper, we explored movement, we read books. So the development of techniques for us is extremely slow. But we try to do it in as many registers as possible so that we don't take for granted that language is the way in which a technique will elaborate itself. And a year in, I think what we got to after a year's work is the idea of a kind of imminent editing. So where we're realizing that an event, be it a performance event, this can operate across very, very many different things, because we'll try out different tendencies. We had a street opera. We'll do dance events. We'll have art events. We'll have philosophy events. The one thing that we found through this exploration this year was that what might be worth exploring further was an idea of what we ended up calling imminent editing. So the question that we've come to through a year of this exploration is, to what degree does an event, and here I'm thinking of event, it could be as a choreography or whatever, musical performance, to what degree does an event have its own forms of imminent editing? Our tendency as performers or as makers or as writers is to impose the editing process onto an event. But events do have their own durational intensities. But what techniques now do we need to invent to be able to attune to them? So that's an example, but it's sort of complex work. Yeah. I don't know why you wanted to steal it.
Oh, I was just going to, yeah, I think we have to stop now, but yeah.
Well, thank you, but we will continue tomorrow, okay? Thank you. Thank you. So we have half a minute for a coffee. If you're capable of running at the speed of light, then you can.
I hope that was a little bit intelligible.
Or unintelligible enough to be generating creative, which is what I normally do.
Yeah. It's like throwing up speculation in front of a group and wondering which part of the speculation will be caught.
Yes.
Well, it's better than giving something form. We do all that form all the time.
But maybe tomorrow, with this as a starting point, tomorrow we can have more of a discussion. Since now we have more But I mean, what I've been working on really hard is this question of involuntary. I think the question of volition is the place where any kind of exploration movement is control. And I hadn't realized to what extent people thought that until I started seeing where people go with the work. So even from the performance perspective, to not think of this as the movement necessarily, but to think of what else is going on that is even allowing that movement to occur.
Yeah, but that's the shift which I sometimes because almost something looking
It must feel as a public.
That's why I went to the concrete exam.
Very good. Yeah, how's that whole thing going in France now?
We're still doing the festivals, the Avignon.
So,
We
it's
opened
going
the
on.
Avignon. We talk about hundreds of thousands of euros. But you know, it ain't people think.
I mean,
Hotels, restaurants are losing hundreds of euros a day. Like,
when the shit was happening in the Netherlands, there was no one willing to go this far.
That's
So
the
people
thing
are
about France, is that
so
people
much
have
for.
power. You know, French people are aggressive, obnoxious, and everything. But when it comes to fights, and you know what? It's not only the artists; it's all the precarious people in institutions. Artists to stay in the house of the parents, to make a living. Helps to even 100 euros a month, you know? It will always be not really.
Sorry, yeah, I have to send the urgent file.
Oh, but you got the connection or something?
This is the official laptop.
I let you work on it. See you
Oh,
later.
it takes 1 minute.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
I did the same this morning. I ended up in the same group. Yeah.
Hay cuatro, cinco. Hombre, déjate de tanto que tienes ahí desde bandeja.
Monica, meine Rassen. Entschuldige, wenn du kommst. We have a with the
I don't know.
I just yesterday when we showed him like the feeling the atmosphere.
No empieza eso. Ese camino no
¿Vamos a estar todos juntos ahí o van subiendo según?
Pues ahora veremos como queráis. Will you need okay.
But I'm the last one.
You're the last one. ¿Y vosotros necesitáis PowerPoint?
Enviamos uno ayer.
Pero a lo mejor preferimos este porque...
¿Enviasteis un PowerPoint?
Sí.
No,
Ahí va.
Sí, pero no recuerdo haber recibido. A ver. ¿Lo tienes ahí? Vale.
Sí, al mismo email que nos lo habían enviado, pues lo enviamos.
Preferimos este porque hemos modificado mínimamente, pero... No sé muy bien, se puede llamar algo así como conference. No sé. Bueno, es el único PowerPoint que hay. Lo mandamos desde la cuenta del seminario.
Pues a lo mejor, no sé, a lo mejor es que con el lío de... ¿A qué hora lo mandasteis?
Sí, 8, por ahí, 8:30. Sí.
A lo mejor se me ha pasado porque es que apenas he tenido tiempo de mirarlo.
No, no te preocupes.
Lo mandamos desde la cuenta del
Pero no importa,
seminario,
ahora
desde el
lo-
seminario Nietzsche.
no pasa nada. Vamos a ver. ¡Hala!
¿La ha comprado? No sé por dónde van.
Would you like? Did you send your PowerPoint already? Okay, so it should be here.
I think half a day too late, so I hope it's still there.
Oh, it's called.
It's my name, and it's Metabody Myekel, and
He
cogido, eran 8 botellas de agua, pero he cogido 2 más.
Sí,
sí.
Por aquí.
Por aquí.
Las pongo aquí, así cuando se baje que no sé.
Muy bien. Tengo que bajar, sí.
Era eso.
Ya estaba aquí. Parece que Eva ya lo había cogido el puesto. Estaba ya en la carpeta. O esto, o hemos borrado un archivo de alguien que se llamaba igual.
Pero podemos utilizar este.
Sí,
Es un poquito más
lo he
distinto.
pasado.
Vale.
Vamos a ver, creo que lo he copiado. ¿Se ve algo?
Sí.
Uy, se está viendo todo lo que hago.
Sí.
Ya no puedo ver mi correo. Joder. Pues desenchufo esto. Hala.
Sí, lo hacemos. No, pero si tú tienes días, es que el agua consume mucha energía. Si la energía está buena, si no, bien y encima. Si no, es como así como nadar, que tienes que llevar en la vida. Imagínate. Se la letra de negativas.
I wanted to say hello to you. I'm Zoe from Israel.
Oh, you are?
Zoe from Israel.
Hello.
I came with the missiles. Sorry. And this is what missiles in Israel. Now it's war.
Missiles?
Yeah. For a few days.
A few days.
Yeah,
I feel
5
totally
days.
out
So
of
I was
the
flying
news.
just before the explosion. So I'm a little worried. But what I wanted to tell you is that perhaps another way to relate to ideas and concepts, which is not just as an emergent phenomena out of movement, is with movement, meaning that try to think in terms of relational movement with concepts and ideas. So even the concept of the time-space could be related with movement, and different concepts of time-space will have different relational movement to think with.
Of course, that's how I think it. But
Okay.
why?
No, it was earlier that you were speaking and there was no time, so I just wanted to say that, I mean, even others' ideas, like, I don't know, whatever you read in books, okay, probably could be related emotion.
Yes, that's how I think also, to rethink anything.
Yeah.
Through movement. Thinking itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Language, especially, not
Language is constrained, yeah.
But even language is a mode of movement, always.
It starts with movement.
For me, it is. Particular movement.
Yeah.
So, are we ready to continue?
Kind of.
Well, I'm very honored to introduce you again, like last year, to Yvonne, who is an associated partner of Metabody, and who will again present us new work, her philosophical research. I'll leave you here so that you don't, because this screen's a bit.
Sorry? It's quite bright, but I try to not be grilled. Maybe one, yes. Is it? No, okay, just leave it. It's okay.
One, everything or nothing?
Okay, good. No, I need paper, so I need a light. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me once again. It's a delight to be here and to listen to all the talks, and especially I'm looking forward to see all the presentation of the prototypes and of the workshops tomorrow. Yesterday, Jean-Marc said that theory is a bit like dreaming of images, and the concrete is being awake, so treating images in a concrete way is being awake. So I hope not to send you into a dreamless sleep now, because I don't have any images, I don't have any presentation, no PDF for me. So you will have to keep up with my talking, and you can close your eyes and maybe you're having a dream of concepts now. I will relate my talk just in a quick way to the discussion before. Two observations from my side, that I will be talking about embodiment, and I think the key term that is in play here is movement. And embodiment seems a bit like an older concept in a way, like a too classic concept. And what my observation of this discussion was just today is that the notion of subjectivity, or of body, that is underlying this discussion is a very classic notion of the subject. So the subject as a fixed thing, as one point you can rely on, which is readily developed in a sense. And I don't think that is a notion of subjectivity that is really applied today. So I think we can introduce another kind of subjectivity, another kind of body that is open, that is dynamic, and that relates to the concept of movement. And as this kind of notion of the body must not be done with, I think it is we can integrate the notion of movement and the notion of body in a dynamic concept. And the second observation I had concerning this notion of subjectivity, which should be done away with, is that Brian and Erin were talking about dance practices. And those dance practices require trained subjects. They require people to act in a certain way. Well, the notion of action is disputable, or you can think about new ways of acting, but still there is this trained subject. So a kind of subjectivity, a kind of bodiness is involved still. So I will try to open this concept of embodiment now. Our bodies, my body, my cat's body, an ant's body, a sick body, a dancer's body, very different worlds of experiences, maybe too different to allow for shared work or for community. The concept of the body has been employed in the philosophical discussion as a constituent of cognition. The body, so the idea goes, provides us with a special kind of experience that has far-reaching consequences. It shapes the concepts that we use in our language, and henceforth it shapes our world. John Gallagher made this the title of a book, How the Body Shapes the Mind. And the mind is our world, the world as we experience it. Today I will discuss the concept of embodiment and answer to its critiques. The central issue at stake here is an anthropocentrism, or more general, a speciesism, that is allegedly implied in theories of embodiment. I will not deny that this is correct for some positions. What I will do today is to show that embodiment is in principle an open and dynamic concept which does not necessarily lead into anthropocentric, I will hate that word, anthropocentric determinations. My project has a precursor in Brian Masumi's work on movement in the Parables for the Virtual. There, Masumi rehabilitates the body, affect, and sensation in cultural theory. Cultural theory and post-structuralist theories, according to Masumi, dissolve bodily aspects into the realm of semiotics. Sensation becomes signification. His approach is not about doing away the post-structuralist insights into power of discourse. Rather, he tries to accommodate aspects of nature and cultural theory and show how bodies are intertwined. In doing so, he focuses on movement and feeling, their processuality and specific ontology, rather than on the far too quickly objectified notion of the body itself. I will take a similar approach, but keep my focus on the lived body. When speaking of the body, I will most of the time refer to the lived body, as in Merleau-Ponty, le corps propre, der Leib. The lived body refers to the body as we perceive it in our existence, in opposition to the body as object in scientific research. Let me start by outlining shortly the various approaches and theories of embodiment. When looking from outside, we can draw a rough but simple picture. There are the 4 famous E's, theories that take the body as constitutive for consciousness. It is embodiment, embeddedness of consciousness, the enactive and the extended account of consciousness. There are differences, sometimes incompatibilities amongst these approaches, but in general they do fit in one framework. Roughly, the theoretical mind map can be represented by enlarging circles. Embodiment is the core theory. It explains how the body shapes our set of ideas and concepts. As we shall see, this can, but must not, amount to a speciesism. Leaving this aside for the moment, all of the other theories will agree that the body has a constitutive role for consciousness. The central question here is where the body ends. What are its boundaries? What do we have to take into account when explaining cognition? Does our body henceforth cognition end at our skulls, at our skin, at our hands' reach? The remaining 3 E's give different answers. The theory of embedded mind holds that the body is always situated in the environment. Basuni speaks about positionality, just as the German anthropologist Helmut Plessner does. Bodies always move in an environment and answer to its restraints, in Gibsonian terms, affordances. This is what is called embeddedness. Also, ecological approaches rely on that idea. To take this train of thought one step further, it is obvious that bodies are not only situated in an environment, but they are also actively engaged within this environment. In active account, the 3rd E, stresses action and movement of the body as a constitutive of cognition. Without the eye movement, for example, we couldn't perceive of anything. The inactive account, furthermore, an action focuses on the habitual knowing how of our active engagement in the environment. Speaking of habitual movement, the concept of an action is clearly an open concept because the pre-given natural place we have to make a living in is something that is shaped by active engagement and in turn shapes the bodies that are housed in it. Body and environment are intertwined in a procedural relation. Last but not least, there is the theory of the extended mind, which focuses on the object of cognition. Theories of extended mind hold that thoughts or thought-like structures are not brain-bound, but extended through the body well within our cultural world. Be it as notebooks, as computers, photographs, or Proust's famous Madeleine that triggers a whole world of memories. The critique of embodiment goes as follows. If the body shapes the concepts we have, then the shape and the organic makeup of the body will determine the world the individual lives in. The world will be determined by the body. An insect's world, for example, will be nothing like a human's world. This sounds pretty harsh divide. But what should have become clear in this rough drawing of the various concepts grouped around embodiment is that the concept of body is not limited to its biological features. Amongst many, there seems to be one central question in this project. What kinds of theoretical frameworks and cultural spaces allow for a maximum of openness toward different and variable life forms? My question now is the following. Is the concept of embodiment a viable one towards this goal? You can ask, why start with embodiment? Why not directly proceed with the concept of movement? Simply because movement logically implies moving bodies, or moving anything. This is the reason I'm going to reflect on embodiment as being logically prior to movement. Logical priority says nothing about experiential priority. In terms of experience, movement and feeling are prior to the development of the body schema. My concern is now to argue that the body can be conceptualized in terms of becoming, in terms of a procedural ontology. The theoretical position of this attempt would be the phenomenological underpinning of what Brian does when he integrates movement and feeling with cultural theory and political thinking. On the basis of these different theories within a greater discussion of embodiment, I will examine the potential of embodiment as a dynamic, non-anthropocentric concept in 4 steps. Embodiment as becoming, as production, as habitual action, and plasticity. First, embodiment as process. Already the term embodiment has a temporal connotation. It is not a theory of the body as object, but a theory of cognition as embodied relation between subject and the world. This relation is in flux. There are no fixed relata, such as the individual and the world or the subject and the object. By means of moving in an environment, both the bodily subject and the environment specify each other. In their elaboration on dance, Aaron and Brian speak of movement as body becoming. This procedural aspect becomes most obvious in dance, where instead of a clear-cut choreography, a movement is led by the intensities of space and sound. Dance as presented there is the generation of body potentialities via movement. Movement makes the body. For Brian and Aaron, dance is a practique that transcends habitual fixed categories of body and space. Merleau-Ponty uses the concept of body in a similar way. In the phenomenology of perception, he describes the body as realizing itself constantly in contact with the environment. The environment, or the world as he puts it, is a constant acquirement. If one compares Merleau-Ponty's notion of the body's constant formation to Antonio Damasio's description of the body in Self Comes to Mind, there's an interesting difference. Both Merleau-Ponty and Damasio agree on the decisive role of experience and aim at explaining how the body schema is developed. The term body schema describes the implicit knowledge of the body, its form and orientation in space. This is a tacit, non-propositional knowledge. Merleau-Ponty thinks of the acquisition of the body schema as of an open process, guided by experience within spatial-temporal formations of the environment. Damasio has a different idea. He thinks of the body schema, or the body maps as he puts it, within the neural network as constituted in an information-based feedback loop between body and brain. The environment only functioned as a means of experience, but is not as important as in Merleau-Ponty. For Damasio, the body is mapped in the brain through a circuit of information. Information is the medium of communication between body and neural networks. This concept takes the body and the neural networks as pre-given. The only process that can be accommodated here is the mutual specification and observation. In Merleau-Ponty's concept of the body and environment are not connected via flux of information. They are caught up in a process of mutual creation. The gesture of the body does not denote a propositional content. It is, I quote, a modulation of existence. To sum this point up, embodiment is first and foremost a concept of becoming. Subject and object are thought of as procedural. Phenomenological concepts of the body as constituent of cognition hold that there needs to be a body in order to have a perspective within the world. It does not say that different bodies result in incompatible worldviews. Rather, body and world are intertwined in a process of mutual production that is open to change and indeterminacy. My second point, I will focus on the productivity as a key feature of embodiment. The concept of environment, as outlined in Uexküll and Gibson, is not pre-given. It is brought about by an engaged organism. The procedural relation of the embodied subject and its environment is not an automatism like a clockwork. Although the organism is embedded in its environment, it's not passive. Both environment and organism create each other, specify each other. The kind of relation is inherently productive. It brings about every kind of relation. First and foremost, the subject-object divide only arises from the primordial relatedness of organism and environment. This productiveness is an open process. Furthermore, Varela, Thompson, and Roche present a view of embodiment in their founding work, The Embodied Mind, that allows for emergence of properties neither inherent in the subject nor in the perceptual object. The ontological implication can be disputed, but I will skip that here. In the elaboration on color vision, they show that color is a phenomenon that arises in the interplay of subject and world. Color, according to them, is not a feature of objects and also not a mere subjective illusion. It comes about in their interplay. The emergence of new qualities in between the subject-object divide is something to be experimentally explored, especially within the setup of our project here. The ontology of these emergent phenomena has yet to be discussed. Third point. After having outlined the concept of embodiment as procedural and productive process, I want to explore the dimension of enaction. The enactive account of consciousness emphasizes the activity of the organism, its movement, its know-how. Merleau-Ponty coined the term "I can" for this. I can stands for an implicit, tacit knowledge of the bodily possibilities to further each and every situated perception within a horizon of countless possibilities. In this way, we require a whole world of perceptive possibilities. In being acquainted with my potential for acting within a world, I form habits of moving about, of perceiving myself and others based on my previous movements. Habit could have a certain sense of determination again, but this is not necessarily so. In being acquainted with something, there's always the possibility of alteration, of new perspective, of active or passive change. Variation and newness can be accommodated, such as the blind man's cane can become more than a technical device. It gets incorporated and functions like a sense organ. The possibility of integration of non-organic devices into the body schema speaks for the variability of this process. In my fourth and last point, I will discuss the concept of the extended mind, a widely disputed theory prominently presented by Chalmers and Andy Clark. They hold that the mind does not end at our skulls or at the skin. It extends into the world via memorizing devices, notebooks, text, all other objects that in a reliable way help us to form mental content. That also means that thought-like content is not bound to the brain. There are two interesting aspects for this project. First, the theory of extended mind holds that the brain is not enough to realize mental content. The environment, its structures, play a decisive role in the process of cognition. Making space thought-like, developing virtual structures that give cognition new materials, is a perspective that can be based in the theoretical framework of embodiment. Second, the theory of extended mind does not determine whether the extensions be natural, cultural, virtual, or material. The division into the counterparts is not vital to this theoretical framework. Henceforth, it is open to experiment with the tension between these dimensions. Let me conclude by returning to my starting point, the problem of anthropocentrism. In my talk, I hope to have shown that the framework of embodiment does not imply anthropocentrism. Reason against this limiting view are procedural, productive, and variable aspects that are implied in the concept. When speaking about openness, we also need to speak about limits. What is important here is that the human body has limits which create a potential for newness. It can be altered in huge parts, it can be enhanced by chemical, technical interventions, and it can be the means of new experience far from the habitual everyday movements. I fully agree with Brian and Aaron in his description of dance, the praise of movement as a philosophical concept. Only in one point I will disagree. When they write, movement never embodies anything, it just bodies forth at any point. Embodiment is the wrong concept, just bodying is better. The degree of freedom we see in movement, especially in dance, is owed to the body in motion. The body is logical prior to a movement, but not in an experiential way. Movement allows change in the way we are embodied, and therefore is not captured fully by the term of embodiment. Embodiment is a constitutional hypothesis, whereas movement acts out the potential that is inherent to this process of constitution. The human form will not allow for anything. But this is yet to be explored. This yet to be explored limit is precisely the condition for the new. There has to be something in order for there to be change. As far as we know, plasticity is one of the most remarkable features of the human brain, and probably is to be extended into our everyday moving about. Thank you.
Move on. Urgent questions before we go over, or shall we do them at the end of the panel? Well, urgent questions, or we move forward? Or well, that was.
Okay.
So please, Oscar and Laura, welcome. Meet now here. So the Nietzsche seminar from the Universidad Complutense is also an associated partner of the project, and I'm very glad that they intervened for the first time in the framework of Metabody.
Good.
They are very worried about their English, but something will make them confident that it's not a problem.
Okay, then. Good afternoon, and firstly, we would like to thank Jaime and Eva for the invitation to participate in this conference, as well as to all the participants and to the assistants for your presence today here. Laura and I are members of the Seminario Nietzsche Complutense, a research group to investigate and divulgate the thought of Nietzsche at the Faculty of Philosophy in the Complutense of University of Madrid, which was invited a few months ago to collaborate as partner with Metabody project. Maybe there are people here wondering about Nietzsche's role, an author of the late 19th century, could play in a project as innovative as Metabody. We think that Nietzsche is one of the most important thinkers for the 20th century philosophy, and thanks to his thinking and new philosophical reflection on the body starts nowadays, and it makes possible with a new look at the body, the development of new approaches and studies in fields like politics, art, or historical research, ethics, and so on. However, this new understanding of the body, as we will see now briefly, has his ground in something like a relational ontology of forces. This Nietzschean understanding of the reality based on the hypothesis or the idea that the world is the result. Pay attention, please. We say result and not principle or cause. The result of the permanent confrontation of many forces. That is the idea that Nietzsche named will to power, a continuous confrontation of dynamic forces which are always in motion and which are always changing. From an ontological point of view, we might think that then forces are those that constitute the ground, the origin of the world. Nevertheless, it is not possible to affirm this so fast. Nietzsche's philosophy is mostly focused on a critique of the metaphysical or dogmatic thought. The basic idea of this metaphysical thought, which has been dominant in Western philosophy and culture for the last 2,500 years, has tried to reduce the reality to a one and unique foundation, to a single ground that allows us to explain everything what happens and what allows us to distinguish between real things and apparent ones, and therefore between true things and false ones. We might say that Nietzsche doesn't accept that there are certain elements unconditioned, that is to say, which don't depend ontologically on other elements, but which their ontological value come from themselves. But Nietzsche, as Deleuze said, Nietzsche was not interested so much in what things are, but in their value, the value of the things or the value of forces which constitute them. Certainly that also forces are also subject to this dynamic. They are not the original and the ground of the world, as if was a question of the first reality in the way of the metaphysics, but their value only makes sense in their contraposition with other forces. Then we can see that Nietzsche challenged the concept of identity, which is one of the fundamental ideas of the metaphysics. The things or the forces will have one value or another one with relation to what surround and constitute them. Nothing has unconditional character, but everything is the result or effect of a correlational confrontation. Well, Nietzsche transferred this approach to his interpretation of the body. For him, a body which is the result, the effect, the confrontation of force, that in this context, in the field of corporality, are called impulses, drives, or instincts. As it occurs with the forces, drives have no value by themselves, but they depend on the value of the drives or instincts that are contrasted to them. In Down, the text of Nietzsche, Nietzsche writes, in itself, like every instinct, it doesn't possess either this or indeed any other moral character and nay, or even a definite accompanying feeling or pleasure or displeasure. It doesn't get all these qualities at its second nature until it comes into contact with impulse which have already been baptized as good and evil, or has been recognized as the attribute of beings already weighed and valued by the people from a moral point of view. End of quote. Then Nietzsche says that any body is a set of forces opposed, while to a hierarchical system of instincts evaluating the nerve impulse that we receive. Through this hierarchical body, the individual is inserted into a society. For example, in the Gaia science, we can read, wherever we meet with a morality, we find evaluation and order of rank of the human impulses and activities. This valuation and orders of rank are always the expression of the needs of a community or head, that which is in the first place to its advantage, and in the second place and in the third place is also the authoritative standard for the work of every individual. By morality, the individual is taught to become a function of the herd and to ascribe to himself value only as a function. End of quote. Let's take a step forward. Nietzsche says that the body is nothing more than the result, remember this, of a certain relation of forces. Sorry. From this text, then, we can say that any kind of morality, any normative system, any cultural device, such as language, for example, can be understood as, and this is a concept important, we think, as instinctual economy. That is to say, as a system to enhances or weakens certain impulses and through this it conforms bodies from certain social values, and this is important with the body as well. That is to say, with these values that we have embodied, we also interpret the world. Okay, the bodies act or carry out action from their body constitution, and with it they reproduce the values turned on a single moral, for example, Christianity. That moral is not good or evil by itself. It is only the imposed moral, those under which bodies are formed, while bodies that acting, they carry out a particular way of action and some specific values. Then, in summary, Nietzsche doesn't propose here that the body were now the new origin, unchanging, stable, and closed, because with it we will only replace a metaphysical principle by another one. What Nietzsche says is that we can't recognize the origin, understood it as a single principle, as the ground of everything, because origin is based on the correlational between at least two elements. Nietzsche's problem is not that a particular interpretation or evaluation of the world organizes the body, because the body always involves some structuration. The problem, according to Nietzsche, are certain typologies or instinctual forms of organization that give out every possibility of generate new interpretations, new structure, new lifestyle. Okay, some typologies you can do that. Then, up to there, we have seen an overview of Nietzsche's body conception. From it, how shall we understand the movement and gesture? In an entry in a notebook of 1885, Nietzsche says, quote, all movements must be understood as gestures, as a kind of language by which the forces are understood. End of quote. What does this sentence mean? Nietzsche says in this text that movements from our mechanistic understanding of the world are gestures, a kind of language, through which we get some understanding or simplified abstraction of the world. This knowledge allows us live in the dynamic forces that underlies to the reality and that he, as we said before, calls will to power. Then Nietzsche identified in this text gesture and language with movement. They are, therefore, choreographed movements, those that are symptoms and expression of a certain instinctual structure. Okay, these movements are certain instinctual structure which we have embodied through education. However, expect to access in terms of full adequation to the known thing is a fiction that Nietzsche denounced in his philosophy because it exceeds the limits of its possibilities. We have another text. The mechanistic concept of motion, writes Nietzsche, is already a translation of the original process into the sign language of sight and thought. The demand for an adequate mode of expression is senseless. It is of the essence of a language, a means of expression to express a mere relationship. The concept truth is non-essential. The entire domain of true false applies only to relations, not to an in itself. There is no essence in itself. It is only relations that constitute an essence, yet as there can be no knowledge in itself. End of the quote. In summary, as Nietzsche says, any mode of expression, but gestures as language, cannot, by science, adequate to the thing that it tries to express. Words, gestures, choreographed movements are instances which attempt to represent by fixed meanings what the thing is by itself, but in fact, what they express cannot be more than a mere relationships. A relationship between forces that, as we pointed out, is variable and changing, the opposite to what metaphysics intends as essence of the thing. On the basis of what we said so far, there are, very briefly, three questions arising from Nietzsche's ontology and relational conception of the body that we think that perhaps could be treated and researched further in the Metabody framework project and present in future proposals. Firstly, a large part of Nietzsche's work is dedicated to denounce the mechanism, tools, and strategies by which, at some stage, for example, Plato's philosophy, some stage an inversion occurs in our way of interpreting the world. The inversion led that the relations that till then were temporary, transitory, and dynamic, and Heraclitus, for philosophy, for example, shall become determined and established in its development exclusively from fixed values. These predetermined values adopt, therefore, from that moment a prescriptive way, and they begin to designate the meaning and significance of things as essential and fixed. In summary, Nietzsche renounced focus on the inversion because of values are no longer effects or results of variable relationships to become a structuring of relation element. This has important consequence, according to Nietzsche, because the will to power, the relational field which life depends, is reduced in this inversion in a permanent way to something previously set. We can find this argument or idea against the inversion in many places in Nietzsche's work, and referring to many aspects. For example, in morality, on the genealogy of morality, this inversion is called slave revolt. Slave revolt, which is the movement by which an interpretation, called by Nietzsche weak, becomes dominant. Doing that, this inversion instills the unconditional conditional dichotomy as a value, as a way to separate the most and the less valuable, so that it collapses the flux of becoming, flux that, according to Nietzsche, should characterize life. We can find other examples of this inversion also in the language sphere, in the consolidation of the use of the subject predicates grammar structure, or in the inversion because of the creator of language who puts names to the things when conceptually defines his own experience. A poet, for example, is replaced by the user of language, the user or the creator, the user of language who conform his experience from the names, roles, language, or movements already created by another people. Through and lies in a non-moral sense, Nietzsche writes, the thing in itself, which is precisely what the pure through apart from any of its consequence will be, is likewise something quite incomprehensible to the creator of language, and something not in the least worth striving for. The creator only designates the relation of things to men, and for expressing these relations he lays hold of the boldest metaphors. End of quote. Nietzsche denounced a fourth example of inversion. It could be the attempt against a continuous flux conception of the mechanistic physics of mathematical mathematicizing, mathematicizing the nature, that it must be submitted to certain laws. The naturalizing discourse will be, therefore, a conceptual tool that produce an inversion in our perceptions. Okay, the second aspect that we would like to briefly note is that Nietzsche thinks the body as the place from which emanates all the thoughts, feelings, and volitions. But within its inner working, it turns completely unknowable to us in strict sense. All language, all expressions form is a metaphor. It's a transposition of those that exceed our consciousness. The philosophical implication of such approach exceeds our time here, now, but we would like to show one short text to give us an idea of the radicalism and the depth of the Nietzsche's thought and critique. It must be shown to what extent everything conscious remains on the surface, how an action and the image of an action differ, how little one knows of what precedes an action, how fantastic are our feelings or freedom of will, cause and effect, how thoughts and images are like words, only signs of thoughts, the inexplicability of every action, the superficiality of all praise and blame, how essential fiction are and concepts are in which we deal consciously, how all our words refer to fiction, and how the bond between man and man depends on the transmission and elaboration of these fictions. Okay, then the third point, finally, we are going to show very quickly how the most radical Nietzschean proposal must be materialized in an embodied wisdom, and a unconsciously knowledge, a knowledge that should be instinctive. In another text, in another note, Nietzsche writes, by far the greater number of motions have nothing whatever to do with consciousness, not with sensations. Sensations and thoughts are something extremely insignificant and in relation to the countless number of events that occur every moment. On the other hand, we perceive that purposiveness rules over the smallest events that is beyond our understanding. Planning, selectivity, coordination, reparation, etc. In short, we discover an activity that will have to be ascribed to a far higher and more comprehensive intellect man than we know of. We learn to think less highly of all that is conscious. Put briefly, perhaps the entire evolution of the spirit is a question of the body. It is a history of the development of a higher body that emerged into our sensibility. Okay, in conclusion, we have tried to present in this paper two visions of movement. On one hand, the mechanistic, which is inserted within a concept we have called metaphysics, characterized by their need to express themselves in terms of substance, subject, atoms, supposedly fixed movement or gestures, that finally concerns to their possibility to represent the world in terms of truth or wrong. On the other hand, we have tried to show that Nietzsche proposed a relational and dynamic ontology. A gesture, a movement, no longer, therefore, is for him a sign of or synthesizer language that, once fixed, embodied by social practice, is reproduced individually and socially, constituting subject. As we have seen, fiction and imagination are for Nietzsche instances which allow us structuring forces and drives to generate constantly new meanings, new interpretation, new perspective, and new lifestyles. In other words, art, broadly understood, is no more than an expression of a counter-movement that plays the creator body versus the explainer reason. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. And now welcome Monica Nickel from Berlin.
Okay. Yeah. This attempts to deal a little bit more with our everyday appliance of touch, or the appliance of touch to everyday devices, which is, I think, common to everybody of us with the touchscreens of phones and tablets. Touch absconding into gesture, or how to become intentionally attuned with distancing devices. In the beginning of her book Migrations of Gesture, Carrie Nolan cites Theodor Adorno concerns brought forward about 60 years ago. What does it mean for the subject that there are no more casement windows to open, but only sliding frames to shove, no portals to close discreetly, but only doors to be slammed? Nolan continues referring to Adorno's thought in respect of what would it mean if modern subjects learn to slam and shove rather than latch and release. How will the general experience of movement be transformed? Asking what does it mean for the subject if under the sway of advanced technology, only gestures precise and brutal may be executed within the modernist regime, Nolan points out Adorno's insight that both instrumental and communicative gestures encode, express, and perpetuate the values of specific historical and cultural formations. Coming across this only after having sent my proposal, I felt a certain increase of my already present unease that surrounded my thinking about touch as absconding into gesture. It seemed a demanding task involving questions of what touch is, what is a gesture, and how do these relate to each other and to movement. Adorno's position appeared not too far from my own conception, just that the questions now concerns the situation of the postmodern, if not posthuman subject, and it is not so much about slamming of traditional doors, but the wiping gestures on glass or plastic screens, or even muscular prostheses as gestural devices. Another difficulty arose from how to address the theme critically without sounding rather nostalgic. But meanwhile, in fact, it is the quite popular field of cognitive neuroscience itself that emphasizes the role of the acting body and of sensory motor systems in constituting the way our mind represents reality by shaping our cognitive schemas. Furthermore, authors like Karen Barat, whose work addressed the intersections of matter, ring, and meaning, or the concept of plasticity that Catherine Malabou, who attempts to define that plasticity takes over and becomes the resistance of difference to its textual reduction, provide new access points to the theme. But let's depart from my initial inquiry. What do we touch when we touch a touchscreen? This question leads to the point, in which way does it matter when touch becomes a gestured instruction language, as this is how our computer-oriented movements seem to be developing into? What exactly happens when touch, which is generally defined as motion-related, first becomes gestural and then further absconds into gestures to be read out by digital prosthetic devices, which then redirect or provide a kind of responsiveness through the initiated process? Touching in the sense of moving the other or the self in the other by touching on environmental outlets and boundaries is bound to a certain response, which is not only expected but certainly needed to recognize the self. Reciprocity of recognition is crucial for interaction, a statement by Merleau-Ponty, to which Vasudevi Reddy refers in her article, Moving Others Matters. Also, as Jack Reynolds has pointed out, characterizing this reversibility as immanent, as I did in my abstract, is simply incorrect, as the world and others are conceived of always already encroaching on the body. This describes that the experience of touching is dependent on the recognition of simultaneous tangibility, which establish our embodied subjectivity at the intersection of two lines that in a chiasmic structure of overlapping and encroachment, nevertheless retains a divergence. Based on these insights, and congruently due to the necessary difference Derrida has pointed out, Barat speaks of an infinite authority that all touching entails. Touching the other is touching all others, including the self, and touching the self entails touching the strangers within. So then, what or who do we touch when we touch the surface of a smart device? Do we already touch an inhuman other? Or is it simply a tool, an extension that allows us to get in touch with one another? Under the premise that our touch needs the sensing, the tactility that is the response of matter, or else constituting mattering, what is exactly the response we get when touching a screen? Which density or structure do we sense? Which implications and connotations come with it? It is certainly at least twofold information we receive. We touch a surface, nevertheless we expect and accept a very different reaction. One that ignores the central affectivity and follows a coded redirect to create the desired effect, transmitting into cognitive affect that happens outside of our own cognitive processing. While the activity still seems to almost adhere to the literal translation of the statement that touch moves and affects what it affects, it might be questioned whether this way of touching can still be accounted for the way of fundamental central experience of world recognition which touch has been ascribed to. Paul Durisch defines the interaction with digital devices as a form of mediated communication between the end user and the system designer. Thus, he concludes that even the most isolated and individual interaction with the computer system is still fundamentally a social activity, taking place against the backdrop of commonly held social understandings. Not touched, so why these practices keep us intentionally attuned? Touching has an intimacy, and interestingly, the statement, it is so much more intimate than a laptop. I think, so I heard this doesn't work here, but so I can just have him running. It's, oh, sorry, 20 seconds only. But one can find that on YouTube. Was one of the first sentences Steve Jobs said in this first presentation of the iPad. It's fine, it's over soon. So did he mean the intimacy implied by the touch screen or tablet of a personal space that connects to a remote outside, suggesting certain allowances that certainly are also included by the proprietorial portability of the device? It indicates a shared space which fosters a sense of intimacy, of agency. So Lucy Suchman early on stated that mutualities are not necessarily symmetries. Humans and artifacts do not appear to constitute each other in the same way. Already in the same paper from 2000, Suchman refers to Barat's definition of responsibility and situatedness as not to be an arbitrary construction of our choosing, but because it is sedimented out of particular practices that we have a role in shaping our world. This means also that if we are not aware of our practices, but mistake a device for the enacted activity it forms in an apparatus-like engagement with us, as expressed in Barat's definition of agential realism, the inherent response and responsibility stays unacknowledged. Barat's term of space-time mattering defines worlding as the experience out of a situated action. And Judith Butler adds that all action requires support. Indeed, actions are always situated in particular social and physical circumstances. Therefore, the situation is crucial to action's interpretation, emphasizes Suchman, focusing on the interaction with technological devices. It is thus not the touching of a touchscreen, but the social and material constitution surrounding it, which we relate to. Consequently, our touch is a directed or supported one, which brings it close to gesture. The action, so, is barely reciprocated, not touched upon in any applied connotation. Nevertheless, the device itself acts as an augmentation of action that partly occurs outside our own cognition and perhaps other mental processes, as Mark Rowland suggests for a vision of cognition, and this is quoting, as something that organisms achieve in part because of what they do in and to the world that is outside their brains, whether their bodies or the wider environments. The problematic so lies in the inherent coded redirect that, due to the circumstances of the device's fabrication, entails and transports further definitions of information plus action, which we get in touch with as simulated responsiveness. In his book, The Tacit Dimension, Michael Polanyi has described the semantic shift from the proximal, that is the close, to the distal, the distant, in our tacit knowing that we allocate the meaning of a tool's impact on our hands in terms of its effect on the things to which we are applying it. The redirected touch also becomes distal on the basis of this immanent semantic shift and might be considered as becoming strictural gestural. Direct touch, though, can entail gestural motion, but generally gesture has to be seen as a component of human utterance that, as Adam Kendon states, has to be regarded as embedded and part of the action systems by which the environment and objects within it are manipulated, modified, organized, and created. End of quote. Thus, defining our gestures with which we seem to activate the tactile devices as a gestural language of instructions in the sense of a system of abstract symbols fails to understand the intentional attunement with which the distal effectuations of digital technology affect us. So then, what in fact is a gesture? David McNeill defines gesture and language as interdependent and coexistent. Gesture and speech are, according to him, a way of cognitively existing, of cognitively being at the moment of speaking. Both are the thought coming into being at that instant. McNeill applies that the actual motion of gesture itself is a dimension of meaning, not an expression or representation of it, but is it. This contention references Merleau-Ponty's point that language, rather than presenting, is the subject's taking up of a position in the world of his meanings. A position quite similar to Wittgenstein's assertion that is, the meaning of a word is its use in the language. It is the performativity of speech, and I insert gesture, that Judith Butler expressed in a recent talk when gesture becomes event, in the remark that not only we act on speech, but also speech acts on us. So certainly Butler addressed with this insight a wider frame. Nevertheless, it allows returning to the observation of neuroscientific research. Vittorio Gallese states that due to the workings of the mirror neurons, an interactive encounter is not about unaffectedly seeing an action, an emotion, or a sensation, but that observed social stimuli, internal representations of the body states associated with these actions, emotions, and sensations are evoked in the observer, and thus create a space of intersubjectivity. The studies Gallese refers to show that speech and symbolic gesture share the same brain mechanisms of sensory-motor control, thus creating a relationship between hand, expressive gesture, and language. Both now regarded as cognitive tools and employed to organize, elaborate, and self-consciously structure our own social experiences under the aspects in the domain of intersubjectivity. The shift from the metaphor of the window of the desktop computers towards a sense of intimate space that through sliding and wiping is moved hence occurs in the seeming consequence and congruence with the neuroscientific insights. The gestures of touching and holding touchscreens seems to enhance the idea that it is a personal space, as the sense of tactile or haptic intimacy links to cognitive models where the whole self is explored. In Gallese's words again, the same systems running our body in the world not only provide structure to conceptual content, but also contribute to the characterization of the semantic content of concepts in terms of the way we function with our bodies in the world. And coming to a conclusion, so while empathy is based on intentional attunement that collapses the other's intentions into the observer's ones, producing the peculiar quality of familiarity we entertain with other individuals, it is the shareability of the phenomenal content of the intentional relations of others by means of their shared neural underpinnings, from which our intentional attunement evolves. The initial question thus morphed into the one, what happens when touch becomes a gesture, and that is now a wiping move that blurs the actual situatedness into distal knowing, which in fact is an inward turn. A very small study, I think it's not relevant, but had some interesting outcome, which looked strictly at gestural device instruction, said that when communicating with technology, participants on average use less taut handshakes. This decreased tautness may be a result of egocentric manner. Inward focus of gesturing is reported by some participants, quoting from that paper. An outcome in a turn to the instrumentalization of gesture that recalls Agamben's statement, the more gestures lose their ease under the action of invisible powers, the more life becomes indecipherable. Agamben describes the inward turn of the Western bourgeois at the end of the 19th century as a consequence of the irretrievable loss of gestures, which relates to an understanding of gesture in which potential and action, nature and artifice, contingency and necessity become indiscernible. It is the general incalculability of responsiveness that attunes us intentionally, even in its calculable machinic performance, which kids so intuitively are able to grasp. Children seem instinctively to understand the potential of tactile devices, but also the limits of responsibility they have. You can't make it come alive, is how the journalist Paula Kokotza cites a 6-year-old digital native. Barat defines the incalculable responsibility of the world's ongoing interactive becoming and not becoming, and enabling through the iterative reworking of im/possibility as the infinite authority that lives in, around, and through us. This also concerns the body in its affective cognitivity that not only structures the experiential aspects of intersubjectivity, but also their linguistic representations and our gestures. For Agamben, a gesture neither represents solely a sphere of means as addressing a goal, nor a superior sphere of movement that has its ends in itself. The mediality a gesture exhibits, he states, is the process of making means visible as such. The gesture thus interrupts the very being means of being in language, and thus ensures just the very fact of it, thereby transforming a res into a res gesta. So if endured and supported, allowing the emergence of this exact being in a medium opens an ethical dimension that is also an option entailed in Barat's term of responsibility, evoked by touching. That's it.
Thank you. We have a few minutes during the break, actually, for a few questions. In 10 minutes, we should, in principle, continue with the following panel, final one, the long one. So, if someone needs to take this as a break, please feel free to do so. But please, comments, discussions, and questions for the last 3 presentations. Yes, please come here.
I ask you a question because I didn't get one. Well, I didn't get Brody, I didn't get anything, so I wasn't sure whether I got something or I missed everything, or I just didn't get the last one. Yeah. So my question is, you made a point about the non-anthropological approach, but then you finished saying something I remember, perhaps wrongly, that you eventually the human brain is very plastic, and there I see a huge conflict because this sentence of human brain, the brain being very plastic, that is something that outside that given as a fact, and also very until this point when you was talking, I was not imagining a human. Okay. Only until that. in this point. So I don't understand why you brought the point to explain a bit about that.
Yes, that wasn't such a very important one. It was just to show that even in biology, we are not determined in a way that the functional architecture of the brain is unvariable in a way. So if you think about patients with lesions from some accidents, they can shift their abilities to another part of the brain to regain language, for example. And it was just to say that yes, it's not speaking of embodiment. It's not speaking of determination. So that was just an example which has no bearing on the overall systematic concept.
Thank you so much.
So,
I want to ask a question about the touch.
let's use the microphone because
that
no,
touch is not a problem.
this.
It's a problem for people who deal with language, good language with language. It's a problem for people who make programs. So if I can make that distinction, that's a good distinction. I'm not, I think that here's the language and here's the language process. Not a problem for musicians, but conscious and knowledge of touch. And they're totally aware of the magical lack of distance between objects with touch, all of them, and the process of touch. They don't make distinctions between
Yeah, I think in this field now I want to explore the specific touch, which still called touch and touch, the touch screen, and we're not aware about this really. So we're because it's only I wanted to come to this point of responsibility. I think musicians maybe maybe dancers and people who have a certain bodily awareness or awareness around the space, they know about this, but it's the general that these devices teach us a certain different responsibility or non-responsibility, and still call it touch, but touch usually is very important in the sense of experiencing. That was the point I tried to make. I hope that answered something.
It's interesting that you were approaching to touch something that I was not in depth. I was approaching in terms of choreographies. So how interfaces choreograph movement and so expressions become mediated very discrete touch choreographies. So yeah, for me you raise a crucial point because in fact touch is being captured and then reduced into discrete gesture that allows then stability of movement in a way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean yesterday I think that was your installation, the first one, and I felt very touched in a certain way by this kind of how the media reacted to me, but I also thought it very interesting that I couldn't figure out how the response comes. So I think that is crucial, and what I mean or what I try to address in this talk, because that what we so commonly address as a touch screen has a very coherent response to us, and I think this is limiting that what touch usually in its openness entails that there's a certain openness to experience something else. That this establishes for small kids before they speak a language, establishes the world around them. That's how we all learned about being in this world, and I think that's why it's very important to use this term of responsibility, that this doesn't get lost. So that was the answer, but okay.
Very briefly, following up, and thank you for all the interesting papers. Point of touch and gesture, did you mostly look at, or in your own research, look at gesture related to hand? Is not gesture a much larger idea? Because I touch with many parts of my body, and relating to the environment and the world, not just this thing.
It was then in the context of this. That's what I described as my unease in the beginning. That I what did I think when I sent this proposal? So because then it got so limited to the was it a touching hand and what the hand means in this context. And in this case now, it's only limited to this. I also had proposed that I want to the gesture extend into this what the upcoming devices, which goes further than what we explained yesterday, which transmit the electricity to muscular movement. But I couldn't come to this, and really exactly this point which you added, I got very absorbed in was very hard to work out, and yes, certainly the whole movement is certainly.
Do the neuroscientists assume a link between gesture hand and brain activity? Or?
Yeah, that was I didn't know about this. That they obviously put it was the connotation which then is made, especially in the work of Galese and some others, that gesture through language and gesture address the same areas in the brain, and by this they connect gesture to language, but not to a kind of and then to this to the subject, to the notion of intersubjectivity, you get but beyond the concept of language that just establishing a semantic field, and you get into the field of affect again. So, and I think that was an interesting point, and it's certainly a much bigger field as I only touched a little bit of that.
It makes a lot of sense that we focus only on these little gestures, precisely because the interfaces that dominate nowadays are reducing touch instead of opening up in the ways we might be exploring Metabody, or you might be exploring. I'm very glad that Nietzsche was present in our conference, because it relates, his thinking relates, I think, very deeply to some of the issues we were mentioning in the discussion about, for example, how in an ontology of becoming, conditions or values are not pre-given but are emerging in the process. For example, how then the Nietzsche's mechanism could be applied to how contemporary values are normally reproducing certain given conditions rather than affording new ones, or rather, even more complexly, are preempting emergent conditions into realization. This is again always the complexity we are facing. So, not only about reproducing the given, but it's again preempting the new. So, yeah, thank you. Then you have half a minute for a break, which means we don't have any time really. So it was a minus half a minute, so it has already elapsed.
Sí, si quieres quitarlo, yo necesito que poner el guión.
I'm going to try because I have pretty. And I don't know if you're serious. Ah, well, then I can just connect.
I think so.
If I connect, si conecto el mío ya está.
Sí.
Pues ya está, entonces no pruebo porque en el mío funciona. Tenemos audio, ¿verdad? Porque vamos a poner
No,
vídeo.
no hay problema.
Es el cable que estaba ahí, el audio que ha conectado ahí.
Sí, pero no funciona.
No funciona.
No funciona.
No funciona. Bueno, ponemos el micrófono. ¿Se puede poner micro?
Bueno.
Habrá
Vale,
un poco de
sí,
dentro, pero
una
no.
buena.
Sí. Claro, vale, es el único. ¿Puedo probar?
A ver, sí.
No, si queréis hacer una prueba ahora en...
Yo me gustaría probar, eso tengo vídeos.
Sí.
¿Puedo
Porque-
desconectarlo? Sí. Pero no se oye nada.
¿Puedes hacerlo de-
¿No? Ujú.
Si pones un vídeo...
Pongo un vídeo así al azar.
Sí. ¿Deberías estar sonando?
No, todavía no está cargando. Es un poco pesado. Joder, qué pesado es esto. Tenía que haber abierto otro. A ver si debería.
Sí, debería.
Es que yo creo que no. No, pero él ha conectado el cable. A ver si lo estoy enchufando donde no es. No creo que sea así. Estos altos sí, pero es ahí, teóricamente.
Sonido tiene, ¿verdad? ¿Me deja un segundito? Voy a poner que se repita.
Vale.
Vale, y voy a jugar un vídeo también.
Y aquí no es lo mismo. Enchufarlo aquí, porque aquí también hablamos. Sí. ¿Y aquí?
Sí, sí, sí.
Ah,
Vamos a
vale.
ver. Vamos a ver.
Pero yo creo que...
¿No?
Están dando.
¿No quiere funcionar? Un segundillo, voy a la sala de control.
Tenemos siempre lo mismo. Hacemos siempre el problema, ¿ya? Siempre el audio que no puede.
Sí, siempre, sí. El audio es el problema.
Sí, qué malo. Bravo. Valencia.
Soundcheck.
Creo que esto funciona.
Sí, el micrófono funciona.
No, no funciona. ¿Lo pongo aquí?
Nada,
A lo mejor es el cable. ¿Tenéis otro cable para probarlo?
no tenemos otro cable.
¿No?
No.
Solo esto.
Sí. Debería funcionar. Y...
Pues lo que me extraña es que tendría que funcionar esto. ¿Entiendes?
Sí, sí, sí.
Es que no
Y
se
tampoco.
oye. Yo creo que tenéis un programa de enchufe de algo. Porque tendría que sentirse.
El micro. Sí, sí, sí. Ese funciona.
Bueno, pues...
Sube. Intenta subir aquí el volumen del ordenador.
Ay, pero bastante.
Tendrías que subir esto.
Yo creo que esto está bastante a tope. Pero bueno. A ver. Y aquí está a tope. Y además... Sí. Bueno, lo único es que hay que hacer esto. Con el micrófono. Dime si se oye, no se oye nada, ¿verdad?
No, no sé. Ten en cuenta que se oye más o menos lo que se oye aquí. Aquí no, apenas se escucha.
Nada. No, verse no, oírse. Eso sí. ¿No hay sonido? No sé, aquí lo oigo. Oye.
Se oye aquí, pero no está fría.
Me da igual.
Ah, bueno.
Es que no quiero que se oiga todo lo que dices. Ah, bueno, pues
Aquí,
coloco ahí y ya está. El problema es que no puedo comentar los vídeos a la vez.
¿Cómo puedo hacer si no hay cable? Espera, prueba por si quieres. Eso, cable, yo creo que es
No, un cable de sonido, ¿no?
lo que puede ser un problema de cable, efectivamente, que tenéis. Pero había tenido que escucharse cuando tú lo has puesto.
Ya.
Sí, entonces
Sí.
creo que tenéis otro tipo en el otro no.
Es la conexión de otro.
Bueno, a lo
El
mejor
cable.
tenéis que enchufar alguna
Se podría probar.
Eres el técnico.
¿Tienes un móvil? ¿Tienes un móvil?
Sí.
Sí, lo que pasa que...
Vamos a ver dentro también con mi amigo. Bueno, si no, da igual, ¿eh?
Claro, es que si no se oye, no tiene sentido.
¿No?
No, estamos viendo el vídeo, estamos viendo la live, pero...
Tampoco. Hemos enfocado el rato, aumentado el volumen esto. No tenemos sonido, pero bueno.
Se oye un
Ahora
poco.
sí.
No, pero no
Sí hay.
se oye por el... O sea, hay que poner el micro. Sí, claro. No hay otra manera.
Ya por la tarde no, está claro, pero ya por la mañana muy
Yo
bien.
si queréis un poco aquí os ayudo.
No, se pone el
19.
Ah, io pensavo di... No,
No.
facciamo lo hacemos con Robert live.
Ah, live.
Sì, sì, muovono un po' da colore.
Hombre,
Sí hay un shift, ¿qué es? Shift no lo sabes bien. Pero no hace nada.
Si quieres me pongo allí. ¿Se pueden utilizar los micros a la vez? Lo que pasa es que a veces hay un rientro de sonido, pero lo podemos intentar. De todas formas, si lo pegas ahí se oye. Sí. La gente estará atenta, entonces... Sí. En vídeos no, es que es el tono nomás. Por eso, yo me puedo poner ahí una
Bueno, sí, no, vamos, sí, pero... ¿Problema del cable o de qué? ¿O del equipo?
No sé si es del cable o del equipo.
¿Y no tenemos otro cable de alguien que pueda tener un cable de aire?
Yo creo que es el cablaje, o sea,
que todo este cable entra,
Sí.
pero allí parece que funcione, pero hay un técnico que tiene que haber cablado todo el equipo y claro, ahora se puede ir a buscar cada cable donde entra. No.
Bueno, pues ya está, lo hacemos así, punto, manual, no pasa nada.
Con el micro.
Tranquilo.
Estoy poniendo dos, pero a lo mejor iré bien, ¿no? Es que algo soy.
Sí. Eso está en el vídeo. A empezar con Fields. O sea, eres tú, ¿no? Está en un vídeo.
Bueno, pues ya está. Ponemos así, punto. Lo único conecto mi ordenador por si acaso, que no me pillo nada de que esté el Prezi instalado y ya está. ¿Eh?
Ay, quiero probarlo.
Ah. No sé cómo ejecutar. ¿Qué es? ¿Este es el ordenador de Marcelo o es el ordenador? ¿Este es el ordenador de la conferencia o de...
También me pillas.
Bueno, yo lo he visto aquí antes, me imagino que sea de la UAM, ¿vale? Madrid Presentation.
Salón de actos y sala de conferencias. Tiene una etiqueta.
Es el que es el... Pues nos metemos en internet, claro. Bueno, espera ahí. ¿Se ve aquí el vídeo?
Ahora mismo no, pero no porque no, verdad. Pero desde internet no,
Hace que esté instalado para que lo lea. Mejor no lo cambiamos.
sí, mira, si la pelota.
Sí, es que va a ser más rápido. Se oye bien, pues se pone el micro y ya está. Espera, el micro. Igual se oye demasiado. Ay, sí,
no, pero es que no está la conexión de...
no está conectado. El sonido se oye.
Sí, ahora se podía.
Sí. Pero vea, pues sí, es como se baja, se puede bajar.
Tienes que bajarle la máquina.
Sé que sois de Mac, seguro.
Sí. Ay, ya sí.
No, no.
magari il volume del film, del riproduttore di film, che è troppo alto piuttosto. Però arriva alto, era da passare il volume dal software che sta facendo play del film. Ah, e non puoi, perché vedi, il volume arriva a un volume fatto. Podemos intentar solo para intentar. Ah, ok.
Sí, mejor reproducirlo desde fuera.
Lo tengo también un video. Hombre, si bajáis también el volumen, si lo usáis por ejemplo en el VLC, si bajáis también ahí el volumen, claro, tiene cosas
Sí,
diferentes.
está dentro de insertado
Ya, ya.
pero lo tenemos aparte.
Ahora, pruébalo ahora que bajas.
Subir el volumen.
Ah, vale. Sí, ahora.
¿Puedes probarlo?
No, però en VLC funciona aquí. Ah, ya. Aquí puede bajarlo.
Ah, ya, venga. No se puede bajar.
Absolutamente. Ah, vale.
Entonces, ¿qué habéis hecho? Creo que han hecho algo en la cabina. Ahora.
Mantengo y me pongo por aquella ventana.
Está conectado. Ahora queda bien, nena. Qué vueltas con el vídeo. Ah, sí.
Es verdad que verdad lo que hacía el sonido con
Bueno, pues hecho.
Qué curioso.
Sí. ¿Qué hago? ¿Descargo la presentación?
My pen has disappeared. So let's continue with the session now. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Angela Parker Kaiser. Welcome. Translating into movement, receiving language, resolving form.
You don't need to speak.
Thank you. Down here. What you just seen is an excerpt from the poem Transformation of Evil. I should catch my breath. It's by the Austrian expressionist poet Georg Trakl, and I'll give you some context for this. Repeatedly, the poem asks the question, what compels you to stand still, to stagnate on the threshold of the house of your forefathers? This step is decayed. So the recurring human figure neither moves toward nor away, neither begins to descend nor ascend, as the legend of humankind, that's another recurring phrase, dictates in the poems. In other words, the figure never moves toward what is traditionally stable, eternal, unchanging, this long line of the forefathers. And neither does he begin to descend in, as Untergang in the poem occurs, the going under in a Nietzschean kind of sense. But ultimately in the poems, spatial direction is not hierarchical, neither is chronology existing or linearity in time. Things overlap. So instead, the poet stresses the importance of motion, of meaning in flux, meaning that is freed, that's apparent only as form dissolves. So in the dissolving of form and in dissolving form. My project comes from translation studies. So I study translation theory, and particularly translation of poetry. And my purpose is to translate between languages. Between is really the most accurate way to say this, because I want to reframe translation as translating, the progressive verb. So in the present, rather than translation as an end product, something that's fixed and unchanging, as is still the traditional way of translating. So what I'd like to demonstrate is translating rather than translation. And because of the time, I want to focus on this recurring question in the poem Transformation of Evil. What compels you to stand still, to stagnate on the decayed threshold of the house of your forefathers? This is a line that poses the question of stagnancy both literally and figuratively. The line also demonstrates a recurring theme in Truckle and an obstacle in his poems. The legend of humankind, again that's his phrase, his tendency towards stagnancy, to privilege what is relatively fixed, especially in verbal form, gives the figure the title, the One. He's repeatedly called the One. And there's only one human figure, arguably, across all of the poems, with semi-anonymous kind of names like the One, the Lonely One, the Solitary One, the Brother, and so forth. All human figures are also masculine in the poems, both by the gender of the word form and in the Platonic sense of the One as stable, unchanging, and really in the Christian appropriation of the Platonic fixed eternal idea that the eternal, the fixed, the unchanging is ultimately good, the most high, masculine of him. So this is really one of many forms of identity that Truckle's poems dissolve. His task as a poet is challenging because he employs verbal language with its relatively set number of connotations and denotations. It's a relative stagnancy in order to express motion. But he also employs a language of color. And crucially, this language is a language of color in movement. It's caused a lot of critics to say that his poetry is inaccessible, that the colors mean nothing. But so far they haven't recognized that the colors are actually moving and driving the action in the poems while the human figure stands still. So verbal obstacles in literary translation are the same. The static nature of verbal language hinders the task of carrying over from meaning from one language to another. And the traditional idea of translation, carrying over meaning from one language to the other. Truckle's poems suggest a viable solution to this, but I want to be in between, not at the end, one end or the other. So employ the nonverbal languages of color and motion, such that the more universal intersemiotic language in this ambiguity that's really the most interesting and important part of his poems opens up to possibilities and meaning. So, never fixing these ideas by defining them when they're actually ambiguous, even in word form, but continually drawing them to the present by showing them in motion. As Truckle's poems suggest, we should subvert the trends of naturalizing toward a dominant language. For example, this is what happens so much when translating into English. The dominant translation idea is that we should translate towards fluency in English so that it seems the poem was originally written in English. Rather, I think we should subvert that trend of naturalizing toward a dominant language and preserve the multiple meanings in the ambiguity. So in this way, the translation I'm looking at is not an end product that can be reproduced or represented, but a translation itself. So a translation is translating and also a translating process. Walter Benjamin advocated intersemiotic translation a long time ago. So he advocated recognizing translation as translating, a continuous process dependent upon movement and flux for meaning, a divine imperative for him to free the word from its literal bounds. And I think this is why he's overlooked a bit, because of this perceived messianic agenda, the divine imperative. In other words, from this divine imperative, Benjamin actually overturns the Platonic and especially the Christian appropriation of the idea of word with capital W as a static representation of the good, the highest good, the one, the fixed, the unchanging, and comprehends the evidence of the divine language only in the motion in between languages. So in the process of translating, where the language in motion takes a turn to the original source of language, what he calls pure language or the originary language. For Benjamin, this is the word, capital W, with which the divine originally created. So without medium, it had no shape, no fixed verbal form. It was immediate. Spoken, it materialized. Speech materialized it. Benjamin calls this the magic and immediacy of original language. Well, the verbal language humans believe we command, we possess, and sometimes employ to name and to an extent control other things, other beings being named, is, Benjamin argues, a diluted remnant of the originary language, this originally creative language, and is actually skewed in its fixed and current form. So it's limited by its very form and for its subsequent dependence upon identity and possession. Where object is subject to subject, often a human first person, it's bound to its immediacy. Especially dangerous, I think, is where human language is understood to be mediated by an I, a human first person that resembles and claims the authority of a hierarchical original I. A self-reflexive language like this is neither creative, that's Benjamin's term, so neither creative as in employing or drawing from this originally creative source of language to materialize the spoken, nor receptive, so overflowing from its source in silence and motion. So neither creative nor receptive. And Truckle says, in terms of receptivity, he called that dissolving in form. So Benjamin's imperative can be translated as a continuous translating, an imperative for a continuous translating, such that the meaning of the word is freed from its form. At once, it's most literal, so most creative, and most free, most receptive. Back to Truckle's poem. Though the legend of humankind encourages ascension and redemption, the solitary one, this recurring human figure in the poems, always stagnates in his pursuit of the legend. He dies and decays blackly, and that's where the color comes in. The human figure is always modified by the color black. So is his dying and decay. Meanwhile, the directional verbs in the poem and prepositions tied to the other recurring color words, especially the color blue, encourage a really different way of redemption. The term in the poems is erlösung, and transformation of evil, and that theme begins and ends the poem. It's usually translated into English as redemption, but a more literal and freed way of translating that would be solving or dissolving in form. So solving by way of dissolving, so that it's not a fixed endpoint redemption, but a dissolving of the static points into their multiple possibilities that are all implied by the poem, dissolution or dissolving. So while the human being is formed by his fixation on the word in the poems, and the color black that always modifies or delineates his stagnation, other figures recognize the language in color motion, and they call the human to motion. The other beings actually drive his motion when he's not being still, drive him from his stillness. So for example, the blackbirds in the poems call out in a nonverbal language, but this is a language related to the human by its connection with the color black. Their lament is necessary to draw him downward. His Untergang is desirable for the dissolution of boundary, though his logical thought informs him otherwise. So the power to lament, to cry out in the language of silence from silence, is to move the languages of emotion and motion to the present, such that the blackbirds might actuate the man's spiritual twilight, in Chaco's words, his dissolving of self and boundary and identity in going under, in the in-between of blueness, twilight blueness. I hope this makes sense. There's not so much to explain. Briefly, the color blue is the most amorphous, most motive and emotive and ideal color in the poems. Blue consistently describes the motion of water. So this is called in some poems the most valuable ancient source of language. Water and the color blue, the way it moves, is a language. It also describes flowing streams. The term Bahir, which connotes not only body of water, but holy water. It's the epitome of a bodily felt way of knowing without being bound or defined by bodily form, particularly human form. Other things that are blue are gentle animals that apparition in their blueness, so that the human figure, the solitary one, sees them or recognizes them when they break, when the color blue moves in the stream, or when the color blue ruptures from the cliffs. He sees or recognizes rather the blueness when it's in between, in rupture, just like the translating. This kind of seeing is called seeing inwardly. And Benjamin describes this as seeing inwardly, a field of pure color with no subject or object, such that the color sees and is seen. And this is knowing by apparition rather than by appearance. So by apparition rather than by visual sight. The movement of rupture, just like the process of translating, is an instant of apparition. So it's the movement, actually, that carries the work past its form, past appearance, to apparition that's not seen visually, but that unforms. So it's hopeful in that it negates appearance. It's like a negative showing. It's kind of mystical in that way. It flows and overflows, forms and unforms, and can only be seen really as the disappearance of appearance. So the night in darkness that dissolves the appearance of night rather than indissoluble night, which is a quote from the poem. So I'd like to return to the question transformation of evil poses. What compels you to stand still, to stagnate on the decayed threshold of the house of your forefathers? At one repetition of this question, leaden blackness is the answer. The color black, the color that describes the human in his eyesight, in his linear reason, to his devotion to what's unchanged, to the preservation of this line of the forefathers. And the idea of redemption by ascension is the color called indissoluble night in the poem, which ends up being equated with evil. So in the poem, evil is transformed into evil, where we might think evil is transformed into good. The transformation is just the end product. It's not actually a transforming. The color black is transformed to an indissoluble blackness. Because we read the poems in their verbal form and see or really visualize their images from this human protagonist, black colored perspective, we see what's called feminine or blue or animal or sister as other to the primary recurring black colored figure. It's only in the glimpses of darkness where the nonverbal language of color leads us to this literal and free meaning that we recognize as one as one with others. So in transformation of evil, the acts of transforming, the action or the movement is all driven by nonverbal language. In the languages of color, motion, and silence, self can recognize as non-self, as a transforming figure stripped of its delineations. Transformation would be more hopeful if it could be brought into the progressive and called transforming evil, because it's the process that's both freeing and meaning in its forming and unforming. The end result, the transformation, is limited to the human figure's understanding, so standing under rather than comprehension. Okay, so the night is indissoluble, unpassable. There's no going back, nor is there passing. What compels you to stand still, to stagnate on the decayed steps of the house of your forefathers?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Marcello Lussana, collaborator with Metabody, with many partners, a long time. Sound and movement, a comparison. Between traditional Qigong or Qigong?
Qigong.
Qigong.
Yeah.
Qigong. And nowadays interactive technology. So Marcello Lussana, sound and movement, a comparison between traditional Qigong and nowadays interactive technology. We have, by the way, tomorrow a Qigong workshop led by Marcello together with Michelle and Johannes, if I understood correctly, all three. In the Retiro Park in Haifa. Well, we meet the media at the time. A quarter past 9. Quarter past 9. Please announce at 9 because otherwise we don't have time.
9 media lot, 9.
9 media lot and then at 9:15 you're in the Retiro Park.
On the program it's written for 9:20.
Is it finished?
Yeah.
Well, that is fast. Well, you have to wait then for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks. Jaime, do you want? I think he does turn it on. Okay. Hello everyone. Maybe this one. Yeah. Exactly. I'm Marcello Lussana. I also work for Palindrome, that is Metabody partner. I start my timer, so I'm aware of time. And so my idea was Palindrome is working on a device based on motion tracking that turns movement to music. And I also practice Qigong. And so let's start to talk about what Qigong is. Qigong is a body practice. Let's say it's the Chinese version of yoga. Let's call it like this. It doesn't involve hard stretching like yoga. It's more gentle. You've probably seen sometimes in parks people standing and moving very slowly, Tai Chi like, probably like something like this. Moving very slowly. And this slowness is not just for showing off how nice the movements are, but because through this slow movement we can feel this qi. Qigong means energy work. Qi is energy, gong or gong, it depends how it's written or spelled, means work. And as any kind of meditation, we start from stillness. So usually the classical meditation that we think of is just sitting and doing nothing. And so this stillness in Qigong is usually experienced standing, and whether just standing, so not moving, or moving slowly. The movements are based on the traditional Chinese medicine system. So they are based on meridians, so the channels that let flow the energy we see on the right side. And usually Qigong is practiced in a form. That means a form is basically it's an ordered sequence of movement. We see on the left here a typical representation of a form. So the starting on the upper left side we see starting point, on the bottom right side with the end form that it's always the same. And I got interested into this comparison because usually Qigong doesn't default sound, so it's silent. But there are some Qigong forms that also involve sounds, and the sounds are produced with the mouth of the practitioner. The sounds are usually used to support the movement. So I do a movement, and I also do a sound, and this kind of creates another quality of the movement. I can do a simple example, like maybe I have this kind of movement, and sometimes it's connected with something like so usually there is a beginning and an end of the movement and of the sound, and they're kind of shaped on a similar way or in the same way. So very important is that the sounds are in synchronicity with a movement. And here a very short example from a Qigong master doing So as we've seen, it's the movement, and the movement could be the same form even without sound, but the sound gave another level of the movement. So the comparison then is between this body practice and I choose Motion Composer as an interactive technology, basically because I work for this project, so I know quite well how it works and how people interact. And so it's based on motion tracking. So through a camera, we recognize movement. The movement is turned into data, and then this data is sonified. It's a device for people with and without disabilities. And exactly, the device has been developed by Palindrome, I work for, IMM, Infamous, and a few composers that are also part of the Metabody project, so it's also deeply connected. The artistic director is Robert Wexler, that will do a very short example at the end. And another reason that I choose this project is because the body is understood from a very perceptive way, so not on a rational level. I mean, not just on a rational level. Few words on my approach. I decided to do this research. I mean, this is just a short presentation of what the research is, but I decided to use phenomenology and maybe a few names that you probably already know, like Merleau-Ponty, Varela, Susan Cosell, and many others. And also Haruhiko Murakawa, that is a Japanese researcher but living in the US, that applied phenomenology to Qigong. So for me, it was already a good basic, a good knowledge is study. And so the reason that I choose this approach is because both Qigong and interactive dance can be really understood just when you actually do them. I mean, talk about them, it's hard. And for me, it was important not just to, and as it is important to have direct experience, I decided to compare these two practices because I practice both Qigong and I also part of Motion Composer. And then I involved also, of course, the experience of other people, like Qigong and Kung Fu master, Stefan, a dancer that I'm working with some interactive project, David Bloom, of course, Robert Baxter of Motion Composer, and also my direct experience. So first I want to just remind, because it's a critique that I hear that even in the interviews, that I'm totally conscious that there are really two very different things. I mean, what is Qigong and what is Motion Composer? I mean, Qigong is a body energy practice. Motion Composer is a tool for artistic practice and possibly also therapy. In Qigong, the sounds are produced with a mouth. In Motion Composer, they are produced from a computer. And last, Qigong is based on traditional Chinese medicine, so the movement and how do we move. Motion Composer is for art and helping people with disability to express them in a different way. So I would start with what came out of the interview with Stefan. Was probably one of he's a Qigong and Kung Fu teacher. He learned this practice in China. He lived there for a few years, and he's practicing basically since as a child. And I just selected a few things that came out of his interview, and especially a few things where I saw a connection between Motion Composer and Qigong. And for example, I always used to think that the sound in Qigong was just a support for the movement, and actually it is. But talking with him, it also came out that it has it also shapes the movement, and not maybe on the movement itself. The movement stays the same as I said before, even if we don't produce sound with mouth. But it shapes really the quality. So how I end my movement, how I started, how I move with the timing. So there are all things that are connected with the sound. And that's something very similar. Motion Composer is even more important. I mean, depending on the sound that we find, we choose also the movement. So that's even more central for Motion Composer. But that's an important similarity, because we base our movement on the sound. And then another important thing that came out with Stefan was that usually you practice Qigong in a form, as I said, so in this ordered sequence of movement. But there are also other possibilities, and that it's called formless Qigong. So it's basically you stand in stillness for probably a long time, and this happens usually at the beginning, and then eventually you start moving and even making sounds on and not on a really conscious level. So and so it's kind of, to me, this sounded a bit like an improvisation. I also talked to Stefan, and he told me, yes, it's a kind of a chi improvisation. So the chi works. That's what they say. I mean, that's what in the Qigong culture they say. I mean, you're moving, but you're not consciously deciding to make those movements, and the chi is kind of working. That's what they say. And so this sounded to me a bit like improvisation in Motion Composer. So you move around, you find a sound, and you, in that case, of course, more consciously, but still you find new sounds in the space, and then you decide, or you react. As a dancer, you probably don't really think about which movement you're going to do. You react to the sound and you move accordingly. I have a very short video to go fast. Oh, it's not mine. And the video is word, and it's just to better understand this connection. And so what is also very important is the context of the practice. In Qigong, the body is seen as a wall. It's seen as a micro universe, so it's like a reproduction of the whole universe. So a bit like a fractal. And even parts of the body are seen as a wall, as a whole. If you think of, or if you know something about acupuncture, you probably know that on the hand we have a map of the whole body, the same for the ears and so on. And so there is no distinction between mind and body, what we are kind of fighting against, let's say. And motion poses share maybe a similar approach, not on this medical understanding of the body, but seeing the body from a dancing point of view. So not starting from how technology can read the body, but starting more from how a dancer would move, and then connecting these movements to some kind of technology that can use those movements and then do some interactive music in this case. Another important thing is that another similar feature that I've noticed, is that Qigong means also to learn to hear ourselves from the inside, to perceive our body. That's why we start in stillness. That's why it's very typical to, at the beginning of Qigong practice, you start and you just stay there. You don't move. You stay there. And just from there, you can realize, okay, what's happening in my body, and then you also move, of course. But still, you move slowly in order to keep this awareness, this inner, this awareness on the inside. And then I'm reminded of a feature that the motion composer system has. We call it activity sensitive. So it's basically about some discrete movement. So you stop, you wait. So you stop with your body, and you also don't hear any music. And then you do a discrete movement, and then you hear one single sound. You sing like a click, click, something like this. And so also in this feature, there is some stillness involved. I mean, I know that it's a bit maybe stretched, this comparison, but still for me, it was kind of important to connect these two, because especially in this moment, it's where people that have no idea of, that never tried out an interactive system, usually realize, I am doing the sound when they stop. So from stillness, not from the sound that you're shaping, because you move, the sound changes, you don't know what you're doing. I mean, if it's the first time that you're trying out such a system, but when you stop, then you have a clear signal that you are influencing the music. My time is kind of over, so I would probably rather skip to this few. What I noticed that didn't came up in other interviews and conversation is that what both practices share is that they both need to be mastered. So in both cases you need training. You need to learn both technology. For me, Qigong is also kind of technology, bodily technology, human body technology, and learn it deeply. Then both practices, it's very important to have synchronicity. So when I do a movement, I hear a sound, whether I produce the sound or come from a system, but that's essential in both cases. And then Qigong is a science of the body, as I said, based on traditional Chinese medicine, and it has it's supposed to be healthy. And motion composer also, let's say, pretend to be healthy. At least there are some therapeutic values about it. And both both practices involve and improve the capability of listening with our ears and also to feel our movement. And both also just, also separated, so just to move and understand better our movement and also to hear, or both things connected. So I move and I hear both things at the same time. It's not trivial. It's not. And as a last thing, I also, of course, talked with Robert Wexler, that is the artistic director of the project, and we came out with a few important features of the motion composer system that are somehow related to Qigong, or more specific are related to interaction. So how do I understand this, or better said, how movement shape the sound, and also the other way around. So how do I create, do I decide which sound, how do I decide which movement? So that's, I think I will just list them because the time is over. And that's it, thanks.
Thanks very much, Marcello. Now, welcome, Laura Lake-Smith, measuring the in-between, movement and sequence, Richard Tuttle's wire pieces.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Metabody organizers. Thank you so much for having me. Richard Tuttle is an American artist whose work has varied in medium and scale since the beginning of his career in the mid-1960s. Yet for all of their variations, Tuttle's objects retain several consistencies. As seen in the examples on the screen, they are seemingly unfinished and invariably abstract in form and content, eschewing representational imagery and overt subject matter. Moreover, Tuttle's works are often constituted by unassuming materials, such as rope, florist wire, twigs, bubble wrap, or cardboard. These everyday materials can appear as both two-dimensional and three-dimensional, and suggest an oscillation between the mediums of painting and sculpture, as if one is experiencing the object in process. Because of his unconventional mediums and his in-process objects, Tuttle's work is generally regarded as post-minimalist, a branch of abstract art that was impacted by, but expanded beyond the hard-edged materiality and the reductive ideology of minimalism. Post-minimalism employs more malleable mediums such as film, felt, latex, as well as the body. And here you see some examples of Bruce Nauman, still from one of his films, one of his latex pieces in the middle, and a Robert Morris felt piece. These pliable materials allow for the emergence of gesture, texture, and irregularity, and temporality, all of which emphasize the manipulation of the mediums and underscore the very processes of art making. But more so than his fellow post-minimalist, Tuttle's art revels in the process as such, because it is, I argue, invested in imaging a metamorphosis, an artistic practice further underscored by the fact that Tuttle creates his objects primarily in serial production, each work as if a moment in an ever-evolving process. Exemplary of Tuttle's process art and his seriality are the wire pieces of 1972, 48 sequentially made objects comprised of a pencil line, a shadow line, and a buoyant piece of florist wire. At first glance, a work like the 44th wire piece is almost imperceptible on the luminous walls of the gallery. Relative to other post-minimalist art, this piece is small in scale, measuring at about 4 feet by 2 feet. Its delicate lines of wire, pencil, and shadow intertwine so much so that it is difficult to disentangle and discern the individual elements. Yet as one observes the piece from varied viewpoints, it appears to simultaneously materialize and dematerialize. But these humble figures, these fragile elements, seem resilient, quietly sustaining a sense of form as process. The extant scholarship on Tuttle's wire pieces is laden with observations of movement, transience, and impermanence. Many have noted that the wire pieces border on the between the permanent and the impermanent, the visible and the invisible. One curator in particular has commented that the wire pieces force viewers to interact in a kinesthetic fashion with an art object that seems to be in motion. Indeed, the 44th wire piece seems to be amid some slight and palpable movement. But I argue that this movement more precisely indicates a flux, and thus it is a form that can only image the in-between. Such mutability is manifested in varying degrees in each of the 48 wire pieces. While it can be argued that the individual wire pieces themselves manifest a sense of metamorphosis, an examination of the wire pieces as a whole amplifies perceptions of movement and flux. Although the objects share the same constitutive elements, each of the 48 wire pieces varies in some fashion from the others. Unlike conventional serial production in art, which usually evinces sameness or consistency in repetition, Tuttle's objects insist on difference and heterogeneity. But to what end might these wire pieces manifest an errant seriality and an art of the in-between? Let's begin in an unlikely place again, with the origins of art and the story of the Corinthian maid. In Pliny the Elder's account of this well-known fable, art originates as a resistance to loss and impermanence. In anticipation of the departure of her beloved, the young maiden traces the outline of his shadow with the help of a lamp that projects his silhouette onto the wall. It is a mimetic process whereby her beloved's presence will be preserved. In order to concretize the tracing, to lend it permanence, the maiden's father, a potter, later forms a clay relief atop the shadow. Here, art, in both two-dimensional and three-dimensional forms, is the solution to problems of disappearance and loss, solutions that have, since antiquity, permeated the history of art, which remain rife with ambitions of imitation and the perfect copy. From the Corinthian maid to Richard Tuttle's wire pieces seems a significant leap, yet several things recommend their comparison. As with the work of the maiden and her father, Tuttle's wire pieces are concerned with the shadow, with the entanglement of the second and third dimension, with the notions of impermanence and loss. But, as we shall see, Tuttle's works do so towards radically different ends. First, consider how a wire piece is made. I'll have to use this to point, so I'm hoping you can see some of this. To start, here, the pencil line is drawn in freehand on the wall, an abstract line that Tuttle says he draws intuitively. Either one or two nails are then placed alongside the pencil line, and the florist wire, here, is then wrapped around the nails, manipulated, its shape seemingly conforming to the drawn line, even if not precisely. It acts as if a three-dimensional correlate to the two-dimensionality of the pencil line. The last element of the wire pieces, shadow, emerges as an effect of the gallery lighting, casting the shape of the wire as shadow. If it can be said that certain points of Tuttle's process here brings to mind the story of the Corinthian maid, I contend that it does so with the intentions of revision. As I will later argue, the emergence of the shadow as the last element of the wire pieces has significant implications for conventional ideas of artistic creation. But first, let's examine a bit of the series. In the first wire piece, three elements are relatively congruent with each other, so much so that in this particular slide, it is difficult to separate them. Yet the second wire piece makes for a marked contrast. Here, the pencil line forms an arc, but the wire, secured with only one nail in the middle of the piece, cannot mime the pencil line. Without the support of the nail, the wire sags with gravity, an errancy that is likewise echoed in the shadow. In these pieces, 4th and the 6th, the 9th and the 12th, I'm here showing you several selections, 39th and the 44th, the mimetic failure is further and variously exaggerated. In spite of obvious attempts that have been made to shape and force the wire to the pencil line, something about the arrangement always prevents the wire from conforming, a failure that is then amplified by the shadow that it casts on the wall. As you can see, the relationships of the elements within the discrete pieces and then throughout the series is always one of difference, never sameness or mimesis. The 47th and 48th wire pieces are Tuttle's last in the series, and like the previous pieces, they demonstrate the utter failure of conformity. Yet the incongruency of the constitutive elements is dramatically punctuated in the final work, the 48th wire. In the 48th wire, the synthesis between the wire and pencil line is pragmatically unfeasible, given the two parallel lines, one nail, and only one short piece of wire. As the last in the series, it is the piece with the most incompatible elements, and here the singular wire acts especially defiant. It curls upwards against the drawn lines, rejecting the predictable paths of parallel lines, those Euclidean equidistant lines that will never converge or diverge. As the series evinces, the wire's tracing, its conforming, or its copying, is continually upended in its repetition and its varying degrees of difference. In this way, of course, Tuttle's wire pieces bring to mind Deleuze's philosophy of difference and repetition, a philosopher whose emerging career emerges alongside Tuttle's. As Deleuze would encourage, and is illustrated by, I argue, in the wire pieces, creation is never a process of imitation or resemblance, but is always a production of that which is different and ever new. To be sure, the last piece of Tuttle's series, here in the 48th wire piece, is anything but a pronouncement of finality. It is only an arbitrary ending, such that if allowed, the series could continue infinity. But for the entire series, we must think about this. It is dramatic expression that suggests something conversely to the story of the Corinthian maid. That here, in the hands of Tuttle, art can never successfully accomplish the goals implicit in that story. For why make a series like this if not to suggest that these objects are not and cannot be resolved, concretized, or made to conform? Yet the difference in repetition of the wire pieces do not solely hinge on the unfolding of the discrete objects in series. Indeed, any given wire piece is different in each of its installations. Briefly consider the following examples. Between two installations of the 10th wire piece in 1972 and 1986, notice the changes between the pencil line and the wire. Although recreated by means of a template, first initiated by Tuttle in 1972, the pencil line is always redrawn in freehand and thus will always differ. The wire operates differently too, having been stored around a spool when not on display. And of course, with the wire, so too the shadow. Similar differences can be seen in other pieces, as in the installation of the 44th wire piece in 1986 and its recent installation at the LA MoCA, and in the 48th wire piece between 1972 and 1986. As a series that is deeply invested in a repetitive but differentiated process, Tuttle sequentially made wire pieces are in an incessant production of the very possibility of difference, and a process which is only ever indicative of something that is always becoming something else, a process which echoes a Deleuzian becoming. Initially developed by Deleuze and later expanded with Guattari, Becoming is a process in which something never is, but is only a force in metamorphosis and generation. As Deleuze and Guattari insist in A Thousand Plateaus, becoming, quote, has neither beginning nor end, departure nor arrival, origin nor destination. A line of becoming has only a middle, end quote. Indeed, becoming is about an in-betweenness and what might be produced fleetingly in the middle. And speaking of the middle, let us return to the shadow, which to this point has received the least attention, but is, I argue, the most important element of the wire pieces. The contingent and unpredictable shadow is produced by the play between the pencil line and the wire. It is easily confused for the other two elements, for it is similar in shape to the wire, but closer in tonality to the pencil line. Thus the shadow not only emerges in between the effects of the pencil line and the wire, but it is also in between the qualities of the pencil line and wire. Nevertheless, it is a real, tangible, and sustaining element of the wire pieces, most necessary for their constitution. Contrary to Pliny's account and the story of the Corinthian maid, the shadow here is not a reminder of loss or a means to concretize a copy. Nor does one find here resistance to the shadow, its immateriality, its contingency. Instead, as we shall see, the shadow of the wire pieces becomes an agent of resistance. In closing, I turn to another story about shadows, that of Plato's allegory of the cave. Created by the light of the fire in a deep cave, shadows of puppet figures are cast onto the wall in front of chained prisoners. Unable to turn around to see that puppeteers produce the shadows, the prisoners in the cave believe these spectral appearances to be real. Plato contends that the shadows are not real and insists that the really real is to be found outside of the cave, in the full light of the sun, where shadows disappear, and where a prisoner can see that the puppets and their shadows were merely different levels of imitating reality. Plato is most dubious of art, which he believes can only falsify the truth, and of course artists are among those that he bans from his ideal republic. Thus the puppets and their shadows, as emblematic of his problems with art, are in opposition to Plato's immutable theories. For in some sense, Plato's goal is a world without shadows. But the wire pieces undercut these Platonic beliefs by calling attention to the shadow. Indeed, they embrace the shadow, appearing in piece after piece and always with difference in all of its mutability and its impermanence. Ultimately, and most platonically, the shadow becomes a vehicle of truth, which demonstrates in the series that the real is always in flux and amid creation. The real, the tangible, the sustainable. It is as if Tuttle's wire pieces cry out, let the artist back into the Republic, as it is art that can expose the falsity of the immutable and the reality of the coming. And while Tuttle's series has many significant implications for the history of art, the value of Richard Tuttle's wire pieces for us today, among the concepts that are under consideration here, are in their relentless unyielding to conventional forms, in their rethinking of artistic creation, and in their ever increasing production of possibilities and the real. As Deleuze and Guattari would insist, the real is never self-same, timeless, or predictable. Rather, it is a dynamic nexus of flux and indeterminacy that is generative of the very conditions from which we become. For in the constant yet inconsistent shadow that emerges between the effects of the pencil line and the wire pieces reveal that in-betweenness is happily Genesis. Thank you.
So, now we have Alicia Beñaldo, María José Valles, and Elena. ¿No? Elena Pardesorti from Universidad de Valladolid. And they are going to show some research related to the project. Research
associated partners as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the organization to invite us to this conference and to the project and to the meeting. Hold on a second. Okay, we are going to present a paper called Gestural Diversity in the Use of Metabody Box, a Motion Sound Interactive System, and we are a team from the University of Valladolid. Although I'm not going to get very deep into the theoretical background, I must mention Gibson's ecological approach to visual perception and his concept of affordances as opportunities for the subject to interact with objects. Depending on the actions of this subject, his perception will be different. There you can see all the authors that have applied this concept to music, but I have not time to get deep into that because I have to present more the empirical part. I also take the types of performance that I present in 2008 and 2010 within interactive devices. There I explain how some people, some performers focus more on sound. That means that the interactive device is seen as a musical instrument. So they move in order to get certain sound they want to get. Other people base more on movement, and that means the sound is not relevant for them, and they move and use space and direction and contrast of gestures, etc. But something that interactive devices allow that acoustic instruments don't is what I call the interactive exploration. That means that the subject moves, and depending on the sound he gets, then the next movement will be modified or pushed by this perception. So for example, if I move like that and I listen to shh, then my next movement will be shh, for example. Okay. Well, this is based on sensory motor contingencies theory presented by Origen and Noel, but I've mentioned it. So the study, we belong to the Metabody project, and we are collaborating with Metabody bags developed by Palindrome, Infamous, IMM, and different composers. And in Valladolid, we are collaborating with Museo Patio Herreriano. In Metabody project, we have proposed 3 lines of research. One is to study the diversity. Another is to study the possibilities of Metabody box as a therapeutical tool. And another one is to propose and discuss about ideas of how to understand and to study gestural diversity, so about methodology. So the aim of this first line is to identify affordances that an interactive sound gesture-based system allows to different people. We have designed a study with, now it has just begun. We've been working 2 months, and then we have just 88 people, subjects of all ages, occupation, gender, people with disabilities and with not disabled. Their task is that they have to move for 4 minutes into environments which are called fields room and tonality chair. So I know you, because of Marcelo's presentation, you know better the Metabody box. The methodology we used combine quantitative and qualitative data. We use interviews, about 20 minutes for each person. We use some test, which is a standardized test for valence and arousal. We are interested in knowing if the excitement level increases or not before and after each trial, and also valence, so the mood and the way the person feels. We use observation, and we have designed a very concrete and deep form of observation. We have two observers and we videotape and then analyze. So as I said, this study has just begun, but we have some preliminary results that we present now. So after analyzing all the data, we have found that people are unique in moving, but it's true that we could classify different types of movement. Some of them are more usual, and some of them are really unusual. So attending to the content, what we found is that some gestures are abstract, other are mimetic. Some people play the piano, the guitar, or when they listen to the water, they drink, they swim, or some are choreographic or stereotypes. So they use a choreography, flamenco or bass, or sometimes they use sonic content. For example, some people sing at the same time as they are doing the trials, or even they do body percussion. And other gestures are the expressive of inner thoughts. For example, the person has a plan or has an idea of how the system is working, and then you can see nodding or saying or shaking, like saying, yes, I understand, no, it's not working as it should. No? So this is very interesting. Depending on time development, some gestures are static. We found strange postures that people do. Some people pause, and some movements are discrete. So, and other are dynamic. Attending to levels of space, the most common are medium and low, but we also found people using the floor or the highest level. And attending to body parts, the most unusual gestures we found are made by fingers, the mouth, the eyes, the tongue, and the waist. We've also contemplated effort, which is a Lawrence category. And then attending to these three types of interaction, we found that most of the people move into these three types during a performance. They don't have any idea of how the system works, and this is good because that allows to explore differently. We found that people who explore in an interactive way, sometimes they tend to use repetition, so they repeat a movement in order to get the same sound. Or for example, they use smaller movements, discrete movements, and they use more unusual parts of the body, for example. People who focus on the sound sometimes use conducting gestures, and we've observed a lot of expressive gestures here. For example, this nodding or shaking as saying, no, it's not working as I want to. And people who focus on movement, they are more concerned of aesthetic. Also, the results of some tests show that arousal tends to decrease. Arousal tends to increase after the first trial a little bit, and then decrease after the second. So you can see here what's happening before and after both trials. And also balance tends to increase, so people finishes a little bit happier. Yes? Okay. Balance, arousal refers to the level of excitement you have, and it could be good or bad. It means if you are excited or not. And balance means mood. So if you are sad or you are more like neutral or happy.
These are measures.
Yes.
How do you take them?
It's a self-assessment.
Okay.
So they say what they, which doesn't mean is the objective real thing.
Okay.
But they say what they think.
We have their faces.
Yes, it is a test that we have different faces, and they have to say which phase do they empathize? Okay. So as a discussion, we have found it's something very preliminary, but well, we could constatate it, that disabled and non-disabled seem to have the same responses and opportunities. So we didn't find that, for example, disabled people were less, they use less gestures or different. So we found that they have the same opportunities. Experience influence the type of relationship with the system and the type of interaction. And we found that musicians and dancers, even if they are disabled or not, they have more interactive responses. And also, one of the environments, the first one, fields, allow more interactive affordances. Also, I think this is very interesting. The system, it's technology, but it has limits. Limits the affordance of the subject. It's what Gibson calls invariant, and this is a good point because it allows or pushes the subject to explore in different ways. When he cannot do certain things, that he explores differently. And this is a good point for the system in order to be a mediator of learning or therapy or even auto-regulation. Now I'd like to show a small video. So she doesn't know how the system works. Now she's focusing on more movement. And now she gets the interactive. Now. That means the gesture conditions the sound and the sound the gesture. Now we are going to see some sound-based interaction. Oh, sorry, this is interactive. The sound inspires her to breathe. Now we are going to see this is fields. The other was fields. This is personality, and now this is sound based. So trying to get sounds with the head, and now then later with the chest. Yes, here. First one, in the what I call interactive, is that the person moves, and depending on the sound, the moves gets in a certain direction or type or content. For example, with the breathing, she was moving and she finds the sound, and then the sound inspires her because it sounds similar or whatever breathing, and then she moves in a certain way because it was the wind. And then here it's different. She is like playing on an instrument now with the head instead of the arms, but she's like playing. She knows that if she moves, she's going to get the sound, so it's a little bit different. And sometimes, which is now, here, for example, it's based on the movement. She doesn't care about the sound. She just moves. Now we are going to see a child with Down syndrome. He's 8 years old. Trying to explore the different parts of the body. But a lot. Hello, also when they pause, they better understand the interactive part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, our last speaker is Julia on the brief overview of history of dance and technology. Now, yes, after that, we do a final reflection.
Buenas noches a todos. My first in English. I got my family learned ago, but I will do this because Jaime asked me, but I am not happy. So try to help me with trying to understand when I am not really good because I have just 10 minutes of work.
Do you know PowerPoint?
No, I don't have anything. I will just talk because it's a very short time. But okay. And I think you will know more or less what I am going to talk about. And if not, you can use your time, your free time, to look on the internet and find this artist. Jaime asked me to talk about the history of relationship between dance and technology. This is a deep topic. I mean, it's long, difficult to explain everything. I'm not at all an academic person. I am not a physician. I am somebody who works. I am somebody who is acting things. I'm organizing festivals. I am making films myself. I'm making. I mean, I use the time to explore and to think a little bit. I like to look at the others when they are thinking, and I listen to them. But it's not my best work to just theorize about what is the relationship. But of course, after 30 years working on that, I know many things. I got many experiences. So what I decide is to propose to you 10 artists that, for me, represents different ways uh, with this relationship. Really planning. There are many artists. When I was listening, I said, I will not have time to talk about another one because I like many of these artists. But I think with that, these 10 artists, we can talk about different kinds of relationships that are interest, not everything. It's not an explanation about all the ways to be. Of course, I will not talk about Louis Fuller. That's because everybody is talking about. Louis Fuller, of course, is one of the first dancers who worked very hard with technology. He liked technology, but he was technology. But I will just put her as a zero, it's not the one. want to talk about. Because everybody knows, more or less, and has been on some of the explanations. Hasn't there was a big exhibition, I don't know if it's yet in the, still in the, but it was a very nice exhibition about the really nice and interesting, but I will just leave that, and I will start with my first artist, is a woman. I especially like women. In my list there are not so many, but the first one is a woman, and it's Maya Deren. Maya Deren is, for me, the first cinema maker who works with dance in a very clear purpose. Of course, she starts on 40s, and at that moment there was yet many experiments on dance film, especially Hollywood dance film or music film. So it's not the first person who works with dance for the cinema, but it's the first for me that explores dance as a capacity to expose something to the audience, talk about something, and especially she works on the emotions. She really doesn't care about being really clear about the purpose and show the movement, how the movement can be talking about emotions, dolor, pain, um, anxiety, anxiety. I think Angela was making some kind of movements that I'm sure that Maya would love to film because you were really expressions. Well, Maya, so for me, it's the first filmmaker who worked with dance and the technology of the cinema, because of course cinema now we maybe thought it's not technology, for me it's clearly technology. I'm going to share all time this concept of technology as starting point of the last century. I mean, we started with photography, I forget a little bit, but cinema, and then all the digital technologies that we now are working on. Second person that I really think is important for this process is Norma McLaren. Norma McLaren, if you don't know, is an animator. He starts from visual arts, and he starts to work with material, the photogramma, the chemical process, and the paint in photograms, and then he continued to develop the manipulation, especially what I think is interesting on Norman Marlene is the manipulation of time, which is stop motion, human stop motion work. If you haven't seen works on Norman Marlene, you should see Neighbors, that is Los Vecinos, that is a fantastic piece. Why? Because the technique is very well done, because he works in a very rational way, and because he's talking about politics and social. So it's not only who works on aesthetics and abstract and forms, but he also is explaining something that is, you can see that right now, and you will think about Palestinian war that it starts again right now. So I think this is a good value for me of this artist. But also it's very important moment because he starts with manipulation. I talk all the time. Many of the works that experimental works that he made, we can find it now on the software for editing, software for live manipulation. So he really makes an important work for manipulation of the images. The person, Matt Cunningham, I think everybody knows him, and everybody knows that he's a very important choreographer for modern dance or contemporary dance. But and it's the first person who really talked about what means video for dance and how this can be a relationship, an interesting relationship. You know that he was working with Landon Pike, one of the video artists more important of the history of video art. And then he creates like forms somebody was talking about, and many other works, experimentation, and always thinking about why to do something, why the space. And it's like, for me, it's the writer of science fiction, el escritor. Escribe, escribe, construye. You know how to explain that.
The writing constructs.
Construye, piensa, escribe y construye. Very rational. And interesting to see with some years, after some years, the productions that he made in the 70s and 80s. And related to Matt Cunningham, because this artist made a work with Cunningham, is Paul Kaiser. Paul Kaiser is a man who, and now we start to be on the digital area, epoch. And Kaiser made a beautiful work, an installation. And with Kaiser, I am talking also going out of the cinema to watching films, something more, with this artist, of course, and probably the film on the stage. But now we are talking about the installation. I mean, in the exhibition space, dance lives through the digital work. And this this work, look that he made with the voice of Nurse coming on and as a military system through the movement of the hands of Nurse. A really beautiful work, and it has been very important on the way it works on the digital software and system, and also the aesthetic and quality that it creates with this. And there is a company, a dance company, and a director, a choreographer, that I think is very important to understand why it's so important dance film right now. DV8 and Lloyd Wilson. They, in terms of other companies that they made beautiful films, is that Lloyd Wilson doesn't create performance. He creates pieces that has been shown in the theater space, in the stage, and simultaneously creates a film. Or he creates thinking on the two ways to show dance. And for me, that is really important because Max Hangen was not thinking of that. He was creating choreography for the stage, and then he looks through the camera and through the video on the choreographies. VA or Roy Wilson starts to really think in another paradigm or model.
Another model, another paradigm.
And this is a new way. He doesn't think that dance has to be only live in stage. It could be also films. And of course, I suppose you have seen this film, The Cost of Living, that is one of the best examples of cinema dance in the last 10 years. Another person, Thierry Lemay. What is the time? I am okay? Yes. Okay. Thierry Lemay is my sixth artist. Thierry Lemay is a musician. He starts as a musician, know very well, no musician in Belgium. And suddenly he started to work with dance and creative market, he the tables, and he starts to also do film choreography. And he makes beautiful work with filming choreographies and making choreographies to the screen. So, for example, on the most married process. Beautiful performance, no performance like anti market, but then he creates a specific film with all the history of process. But I consider Thierry more than it. And there is something that I really like from Thierry. He used technology not only to create films, but also to show films to the audience. How? Through synchronizer, because technology is not only the way to capture and to capture things, but it's also the way to be shown to the audience. And Thierry is very, very conscious about how to show the piece, and he used or he tries to find different ways. For example, one of his last films is Transform. It's a beautiful film, it's three scenes simultaneously. It's not a big invention, it's something quite easy to make, but it's possible to make technology right now, macros or different tarjetas de salida, things that doesn't exist 10 years ago, and it creates a really a sensation when you are looking on this beautiful, long and panoramic screen with screen images simultaneously, really another sensation of atmosphere. Completely not possible to create in the space, not possible to create as in a TV or computer. This was another kind of thing. Adam. Then we start more on the digital artist. And there is something I think is very important. Klaus Obermeier. Klaus had the opportunity to work with someone at Art Electronica in Linz. It's a place where many artists have been developing works in digital arts. And he creates a system, camera tracking system, that it was existing yet. He doesn't start with that, but he develops that velocity,
the speed of
the speed to be possible to be relationship with a body in movement without, for example, con un salto enorme.
projections on the body.
So he can capture the movement of the dancer projecting through and be very quick on his reaction. So I think he works with graphical, he has a specific aesthetic that you can like or not, but he develops really well the relationship between streamings and live performance and all of this. And increasing this capacity of the computers to be very, very good. We have seen experience with the PhD right now on the smaller studio. One thing that happens many times is that the relationship with the direction of the sound, and especially when it's image that people don't have, is not so quick that it has to be. So this is something that Klaus develop a lot and creates many performances with this extraordinary capacity to integrate movement. Then there is another group that I think has developed something that many other artists have been working on through the motion capture, through the camera tracking, creating entornos,
environments,
entornos interactivos, because they are created by the performer. But he makes a piece blow that is the best I've never seen before, because it's perfectly well made and it's going forward than just technology and in the side of the body. The body creates organic environment, creates also a history, explain things so that because they really create something very easy and you forget completely that you are in front of a camera and a technology and a computer, but just exploring un cuerpo expandido.
An expanded body.
An expanded body. So Glow is one of the best performance I think. I saw many other after that with the same technology. Checking Glow. Many others never better than that one. It's the best for me. And then I get to talk about not the last, but Cassie. Something that I think is important to remember. Marco Niglio. Why? Marco Niglio, I don't think that their performances are extraordinarily well. They are not bad, but they are not extraordinary. But he made something that has been helping a lot the relationship between dance and technology in this case. Technology is somewhat Isadora that he creates. And he makes the possibilities. Many people like me that I know many things, but not many things. And Max SFA is a difficult software to use. And with Isadora, it's possible to make some reactions, interactive works around the performance with a very, very easy way. So I think this is important. if we talk about dance and, technology, because they are not only the actors but also the designers of the software who are important on this process. And for the last one, is somebody really that he's working right now, the first one that I want to show in my festival in February in Barcelona. And because and why I like this performance is Gilles Jodin, is a choreographer from Switzerland, who works, has been working with an artist, Julius Balloon. I have to check because I don't remember it. Beersnet, something like that. And it comes to the Julius von Beersnet. It comes back to Richter 100 years after. Because Julius made a way to move lights, for lamps on the stage. It's a system, a single light system that and the motor that moves the light, and all the choreography is related to this movement of the light. Beautiful, hypnotic, but again, light as before met 100 years ago. Technology will continue. I don't know. The big question is what more? I think that artist has to answer, or maybe altogether we can. And I think it's what you have to say. Thank you.
So we're just in time. We have 15 minutes more. So we have 7 minutes and a half for closing debate. Micro questions and micro answers, please. I thought we were talking about micro answers. Anyway,
so I have I have a thought to contribute concerning relation of sound to movement, which seems to be a theme of the presentation. What it is that correlates sound and movement, and we all know that quality is one way they can relate on just the emotional quality of a movement can connect it to a sound and in the other direction. And as well as Alethea pointed out, also the content. The girl heard sounds of breathing and it made her move the chest. Right? So that's nothing to necessarily emotional quality of sound, but the content. But I just wanted to offer the thought, and which you brought up, and I wanted to make an illustration for it, that there is also a more basic level of correlation in human perception between sound and movement that connects the body to sound. So I'm going to make a demonstration of this in 2 minutes. So one concerns timing. So obviously, if the sound happens at the same time as the movement, we might sense that they're connected. If I raise my arm and make a sound at the same time, I'm trying to make an uninteresting sound because I want to show that this phenomenon is independent of the quality of the sound. So sound on and sound off with my arm out. So now I'm going to change it in a way that we did with our motion control device. Instead of that, I have now what I did is I added a dip at the beginning and at the end. So now it feels more like my movement. It feels more to me like I did it. I want you to see that. So that concerning time and the timing, I'm drawing your attention to the beginning and the end of the movement of this. And the other example I want to make is direction. So I move from side to side. One of the most common movements is swinging or pendular movements, what they call for separation and movement analysis. While tracking the motion, we would get okay. And now if I add a little pitch to it, we get it's even closer. And even stronger is to add the directionality of it, like going left and right. So we got try to make movement seem to connect to sound, and sound connect to movement, independent of the quality values of the sound or the movement. And I have one more comment directly to Elise here. Are you here? Great. So, you know, as you question how she got, or somebody else too, how the data is collected of the subjects. Sorry. Right. So there are ways of collecting. We talked about this, but collecting data. You can measure how much movement has occurred. That's very easy to do. You measure how much movement in the body. Right. But at least it's empirical. At least it's not subjective. Well, I don't think so. How about at least it came out of a computer? Which means it's far more exactly what the whole thing about the program raises is a question connected with the role Metabody. One of the questions on the Metabody topic that comes back to my mind now is the so-called genetic spiral. Because Steve heard. I'm back to July. I just got back in time to July 2013. I'm thinking about the genetic spiral, and it's a question. Answers the basis of the question that I want to get. Especially when Alicia, you were talking about these difference relating to the question of when it's either interactive or when the movement is inducing the music versus the music movement. So to what extent are we in that little border and threshold of in fact experiencing concretely one of the questions that everybody well, the idea of the technogenetics, it's always there. Yeah. And that's another and there are different ways that it's there. I remember these that one of you guys described the term. Yeah. No, go ahead. It's a high quality. No. Details what I have to do, but I don't know what year. This idea that the technologies we are involved in are part of like a genetic process, so that the technologies we create as nature. This idea of being influenced by the very things that we create. An ongoing spiral, which is called technogenesis. Technogenesis would be related to how the technologies generate our living existence. So, yeah, but the idea is that this is going on all the time, and we don't notice it, but even walking through a city with our using public transport, part of that genetic thinking. So that sometimes it's more noticeable, it works always in different ways. Now, to what extent we are self-induced by what we're using? That's a core question inside of the whole methodology. I remember like what kinds of spirals we want to get in exactly for ecologists. Is it about diverting, reversing them, homogeneity, exactly, or creating completely ones? I would be interested in thinking of motion code, the composer. For example, can not give an immediate answer. Or perhaps after the same similar movement, not having the same sound. Right. And create discrepancies where the user, the lovely user, can be taken by the not being under control. Yeah. Question. No question. And the balance, I didn't quite understand how it is measured. So it's mood. You said it's mood. Sad and happy. Yeah. And so the graphic tells about what? Just sad and happy. No, they're fine. Right. How does that appear in a single graphic? Graphic could have this 1, 2, 3. Very happy, very sad. Very sad, almost. Okay.
And our observation can detect that they didn't get it. So this is a very good discrepancy. You understand what I mean? And they say they are interacting with the system, but by observation you are feeling that it's not happening like that. So one thing is what they say, one thing is what you observe, and for us it's not a methodology. It doesn't get as a methodology problem. It's an opportunity to understand things in different ways. So
is there when they have to choose in the test, they have the options of like 5 levels of paragraph. You consider for the future like more like use spectrum of emotional for them to choose to decide whether they want to define that, or do you think for the moment it's like?
What do you mean?
I mean, like including hundreds of crazy emotions, whatever, you know,
Yeah, we record it, so we have this information, but we have the information of the. I think the opportunity for that is that they have to choose. And when we have to choose, why? No, well,